All right. So we're all started up. All right, everybody ready to go. Everybody all set. Everybody prepared. Everybody just ready to just jump on in.
That is correct, I believe.
Seated and ready.
Alright, fantastic. Welcome back, my humble adventurers. And welcome back to the campaign of Call of Nordred. As we remember, last time was a bit more of a bit more of a laid-back episode, a little bit more of a laid-back session, given the seriousness of the beginning. You all prepared and readied yourselves for your next tasking, which was to search for Lady Ruga. However, in the meantime, you all took some well-deserved and well-earned rest time, of which, during that rest time, Belisarius, our good warforged friend, acquired some fresh explosives, which may or may not come in handy. We shall see. Our friendly neighborhood kobold, Landrin, got down and dirty with the dragonborn Nova, and Decoria met a rat. A very friendly rat. After he was biting you. And then you, shit.
And a dryad.
And a dryad. Yep, I didn't note that. Well, I noted and someone and another, but I didn't finish the sentence. So, I'll just wrap up the... We all remember what happened. Alright. So, I have it in my notes that Decoria and Belisarius and Kiko are all at the inn. And Landrin is outside, resting after a long night of social interacting. Alrighty. You cut out Decoria. What?
With Tina for a small period of the morning to reassure her that Ms. Novery will be returning within the next day or two, and that I did not get the rat's name. That he will be watching over her for the time being until Miss Novery returns.
I wrote it somewhere. I think. Fuck, where did it go? No,
Midas.
Yeah, like, I don't have it. Why is it not in my... I have 3 pages on Miss Novery's stuff, and I didn't write his name. Alright.
Or Midas, lost and forgotten.
I think it is. I think it was in my notes, but maybe I wrote over it for some reason? I don't know. Oh, let me note it. There you go. DM fucking up. It's great. Alright, so you spent the morning with Tina and Midas. Alright, so during that interaction when you're spending time with the young dryad Missy, she's, she's happy to have someone spend time with her. She's very childlike. She kind of just swings around on the branches of the large tree which she resides, and you comforting her, letting her know that Miss Novery shall return, relaxes her a little bit. Midas, in the meantime, is, from what you can tell, he bursts into this black smoke and, appears in different spots around the store. He's just taking inventory.
Yeah, I didn't have much of an RP idea here. I was just, going through the motions because I had discussed that that's what I was going to do.
Right. You can, so since we're starting off here and you said you were there, did you want to ask them anything, talk to them about anything specific?
I feel as though that I would prefer to get that level of information from Miss Novery herself, opposed to trying to push the boundaries and, go behind her back in the process. I would prefer to maintain the faith that she has put in me, and not really kind of go poking or prodding around. Although I would like to ask Midas if he is currently tending to the shop and if it is open.
I'm afraid, good sir, I am not tending to the shop. As in Miss Novri's own words, I am too odd, even for the average customer that comes in here. I am merely keeping inventory and protecting the shop in her absence.
Well, I am just inquiring about an item that I know Miss Novri has, and I am curious if the price. The last time we spoke, it was 120 gold.
Which
And
item
I
is
currently, this? That was the book that would permanently raise my charisma by 2.
One moment. And Midas kind of jumps up, poof, and you hear him appear somewhere else in the shop. Meanwhile, Tina is just kind of... she's kind of this weird, like, cracked open in the branch. She's just kind of looking out. Kind of brushing the hair out of... the leaf-like hairs out of her face. Kind of looks half asleep, half, like, tired, half asleep. Like, she's really... she seems not to be conscious, like, awake a lot.
Such is the life of a dryad.
Dakaria?
Yes.
Why do you have blue skin?
The same reason why your skin is of a green tint, as our peoples have. You come from Mother Nature, and I have come from down below. You may not know, but my kind were once part of the Deep Dark. And considering we were from the original darkness, much less like Miss Novri is, the color of my skin is reflected upon that. We did not need to have bright colored skin because we were in perpetual darkness.
I see. And she kind of just, lazily looks around. Again, very, very passive, very... almost like she's in slow motion. Alright, so Midas...
Could I do a nature check to see if she's, like, cool?
Sure.
That's a 9?
As far as you can tell, she's, you don't know a lot about dryads. They're very uncommon. And again, growing up in Nordred, you know that a lot of people are kind of weary of them. Anything of that, like, ancient nature aspect has always been not quite taboo, but people are very fearful of it. There's been a lot of myths, a lot of legends about the dangers of those who lie in the deep woods and those of ancient origin, like dryads and ents. So, not a lot is known about them past legend. But as far as you can tell, she just seems passive, very quiet, and just seems tired, like she's awake, but shouldn't be. Alright, so Midas, poof, appears on one of the branches of the tree. Good sir, I have found the book, the tome you were looking for.
I believe Miss Novri had quoted me 120 gold the last time we had discussed this. I currently have that much finance. I am interested in purchasing that. Is it potential that me and you can do business in Miss Novri's absence?
One moment. He jumps, poof. About a minute, maybe less, goes by. Poof. I have permission.
Okay, so I would like to purchase that book for the price of 120. I know she was firm on her price, and I am willing to pay that price.
Very well. And again, poof, poof, he reappears with the book. It's a fairly large tome, leatherback, and it's radiating kind of like a yellowish glow, like a bright, kind of vibrant yellow. But it's very... It's not like a fire, like with like light brooming all around it. It seems like the light just kind of cuts off fairly close to it. So, so he brings it to the front desk. Very well. Coin.
And I pass him 120 gold, just blowing through the 100 gold that I had acquired from from Lady Ruga. I am getting that out there right now.
Alright, so with his little rat paws, he, at lightning fast speed, you see him like stack the coins as he's counting them off. And think of it on fast forward, like this little rat, just one coin, one coin, one coin, but it's just like flickering speed. And 120. The tome is yours, good customer.
Thank you. Do you have the ability to help further the attunement with this item as Miss Novery does?
I do have this ability.
What would you charge for this? This is something of a rather dire nature. I would like to take and understand this book at a leisurely pace, but unfortunately we have not been afforded such a luxury.
I do not charge for such services. It is Miss Novery's prerogative.
Would you be willing to provide this service for me and help us with our cause?
Indeed. So he kind of jumps on top of the tome, and his entire fur ruffles up like sticks on end, and his eyes glow like a really bright blue. And you see like a mist kind of peer over him. It's just, you kind of feel a rush of wind. It's very different. It's a very different kind of magic that he's calling upon to attune this to you than the standard that Miss Novery would call upon, or the average mage. This is... You can sense that this is not normal magic. And he looks at you, opens his mouth, and a rush of blue energy hits you in the chest, and you feel, your entire body lighten for a moment, and in your head, you just get all of a sudden this sense of confidence, this sense of suave. You feel more confident in your words, more driven in how you read people and how you think about people. You're less blocked off in like your hesitancy and your worry. You just feel all of a sudden a lot more like casually social. And that feeling though still there, it kind of goes from being this overt thing in the front of your mind to being slowly passively just going in the back of your mind. And your body kind of just it kind of goes back to its normal weight.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so very much. This would be much appreciated. I believe as of now, I will collect Miss Novery's spellbook, and I will continue back to my party, and we will meet with Miss Novery in the morning.
Alrighty. Right, so that finishes up your duties in the shop.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. So, Landrin. You there?
It's taking all of my willpower not to start singing that AC/DC song right now.
Dumb. So you kind of rustle from your stupor. You hear the birds chirping outside. You hear the rustle of people moving about the day. It's morning time. People are heading to work, and you also hear stonework of people trying to fix up the outer wall at the north entrance. And you kind of like shake shake open. And as you look down, you're robeless. You're baby suited. And you see an arm over your chest that takes up your whole chest, pretty much. A beautifully scaled, shimmering, in the light, scales. And then you look to your side, and deep asleep, also not clothed, but draped over her is a blanket of sorts, is Miss Nova. Gently snoring away.
Let me check my spell list for just a moment. Let's see.
Actually, I'm gonna roll something.
Yep.
Alright.
That's such an interesting thing to say after that description.
Alright, go ahead. Sorry.
Very interesting thing to say after that description. Let's see here. Landron's strength score is a 7, so I do not believe he can lift that arm. Oh well.
Alrighty. Did you want to try?
No, he's just going to gently hug it.
Alright.
Is this spell book in reach?
You see a pile of your robes and Nova's robes, like kind of towards the entrance of the little back of the carriage where one of the drapes is over. But unfortunately, it is the whole back of the carriage is 6 by 4 feet. It's a very large carriage. So you're about a good 2 feet just short of being able to reach it with your toes.
Alrighty. Landron is going to take his tiny little claws, and he's going to how do I use this for the first time? Alrighty. Landron is just going to, over the next 10 minutes, going to, for the first time, cast Find Familiar.
Alright. Double check the effects of that.
He's doing it as slowly and as gingerly as possible.
Okay.
Ooh, someone doesn't want to wake their wife up.
Alright. So,
why would you want to wake anyone when they're asleep?
It takes an hour to cast. It's a ritual. So
you're gonna be here.
You're just gonna lie? Are you gonna try and lay back and cast it quietly for an hour?
Yes.
Roll me stealth. See if you can do that quietly.
Where is little 14?
Alright. So you kind of lie back and you whisper and mumble the words for the ritual. And since this is an hour, I'm gonna check in on everybody else during this time. Before we continue with that. Alright. So, Belastarius, the night before you got your explosives.
Indeed.
And you're at the inn, I've noted.
Alright, so I'm probably standing just outside of the inn, getting everything situated, checking my little spider walker thing. Probably getting, and then after I do that, everything's all stored away. I'm in the inn with, let's see, who's in the inn with me? That would be Kiko and Decoria. So we're all in there. So basically, I am in there, basically looming over people as they drink and carouse, making a rather awkward situation for everyone, and rather off-color comments that tend to kill the mood of whatever conversation is going on.
Alright. Okay. So, can you give me an example? That way I know how to...
Let's see, so you're asking for like a specific situation we're in right now?
Well, as you're walking around the inn, you know, I'll set one up. Let's see. set some up here. So there's a group of 3 rangers just off of morning scouting duty. They all seem really tired, and they're all kind of trying to cheer each other up, trying to chat about it. Some are just saying, don't stress about Lady Ruga. You know, the best rangers are on the hunt for her right now. You know, and they're kind of just drinking casually.
Alright, so standing nearby, I interject. So they're trying to console one another about the situation, all that. Let's see if I can come up with something on the fly.
The fun of D&D.
Alright. What would be horrendously insensitive?
It's kind of funny when you're trying to come up with that, isn't it? It just sometimes it just comes so naturally.
I'll be honest, I would insult them for not knowing that there is an entire slave army about to attack the city. What makes them think they're going to find Lady Ruga if they couldn't find an army?
I wouldn't go that far. I'd be like, it's an attempt to console them, but it comes across insulting. I'm just trying to find one.
But consoling, you're a death bot.
It's my poor attempt.
How about some like you know, telling them not to worry that all flesh bags die in the end anyway. Something like that. I don't know. I'm just.
Let's see. Okay, so basically, my brain just does not want to brain right now. So basically, I walk up and I say, "Oh, don't. If you're worried about Lady Ruga and all that, no worries. It's her, like any other meat bag, will die just as easily from a bolt to the head or what have you. So, why worry about it?"
And that's when the youngest of these 3 gentlemen, you know, slams down his mug pint. Says, "You want to run me by that? You want to run that by me again, middleman?" And he and his 2 compatriots all, you know, stand up. You hear the scraping of wood on wood as their stools are like yanked back.
Oh, I did not mean in the sense that it's Lady Ruga who will die, but those who who have kidnapped her. You all feeble meatbags are quite feeble and susceptible to so many things.
Now listen here, big boy. We're not afraid of you just because you're made out of metal. And if you want to make comments like that, I recommend you go elsewhere. The whole bar kind of goes, the whole pub kind of goes silent. There's not a ton of patrons. It's early morning, but the other very few patrons are all just kind of silently like looking to the side, like, oh boy, should I make an exit or should I start betting?
Alright, so they're basically threatening to fight, right?
Yeah. They're posturing for sure.
I look at them basically blankly without any sort of emotion or reaction to it. It's like they don't offend me like whatsoever. If anything, I'm like, your reaction to my statements is unwarranted. I am not looking to fight you. I'm just trying to let you know that just as easily as you flesh bags have died today, so can the enemy die.
One of the other 2 stands up and goes, "Are you mocking the death of our friends who died protecting this city?" Puts hand on a short sword to his side.
I mock no one. So no mocking is intended. That is something that is rather an odd affectation of you meatbags that I have not successfully picked up on of late.
Roll me a charisma.
Shit. I have terrible charisma.
Good.
Where am I when you need help?
I get a -1, so I rolled a 12.
12, okay.
I really need to write up a bunch of quotes to use.
Alright, so one of the rangers steps forward. You see him about to draw out his short sword when one of the older ones of the three puts his hand on his shoulder, stopping him from unsheathing it. Let's go, not waste worth our time. And kind of like drags him off. They all kind of, you know, one of them puts like a small sack of coins down, nods to the barkeep, who nods back kind of nervously, and they all start to trail out, giving you dirty looks as they go.
I basically just give them the same blank mechanical look that I gave everyone, like just indifferent entirely.
Right hand. You see the bartender kind of like waving you over, like, come here.
I walk over to the bartender to see what he's asking.
Listen, I don't know exactly what just went down there. I didn't hear all of it. But if you could avoid starting some fights, Big Metal Man, I'd appreciate it mighty kindly.
I will do my best, but from what I've seen, you meatbags tend to be rather a touchy, emotional bunch.
Well, that we are. And that's why you gotta be careful what you say to us. Now listen, it's one thing to tell a man those things when he's sober. Luckily, most of them seem to be. But careful what you're saying, especially in here late at night. Drunks, they don't got the composure. Last thing I need is to have to hunt down everybody to pay back damage costs as they bust up my entire pub. It's happened before, mind you.
Very well. I shall endeavor to avoid any more confrontations.
I'd mighty appreciate it. Thank you.
I then walk over to Kiko and Decoria.
Kiko is still out. And
Oh, he's out there,
Decoria's-
so to basically where Decoria is sitting.
And Decoria is not...
Oh, wait, no, everyone's gone. I'm at the...
Yeah, you're alone.
I thought everyone was there. My
No.
brain
Oh,
is...
I was coming back, so I might have caught the tail end of that, or I might have been at the bar, you know. But, you know, whatever.
all that was happening around the same time you were doing your stuff at Miss Novary's shop. So you, at best, caught the tail end of it. Like, you might have walked past the Rangers when you were walking in.
Right, well, then I say the next one, I see a group of people playing a game of darts, so I go and join them and watch them as they drunkenly attempt to hit the target. And immediately levitate one of the darts and send it flying directly at a bullseye.
Alright. The group of guys who are playing darts, look at it, look at what you just did and go, huh. Metal Man's got accuracy. One of them grabs, like, a small fruit, puts it on another's head and puts it in front of the target. Hey, Metal Man! Hit that! And the drunk who has the fruit on his head is, like, looks confused, like, huh? What?
Very well. Am I rolling to hit?
Yes.
This is gonna be awesome or terrible.
Oh no.
Let's see. This is a dex roll, right?
Uh-huh.
Luckily, I have good dex. So 16 plus 3. That's 18.
Alright, so...
Isn't
you-
it?
16 plus 3 is 9.
So
My brain.
you successfully, and the little grape that it was swishes through the guy's hair, and you nail it to the dartboard. He goes, "Whoa!" He feels top of his head. There's no blood. There's just like a little bit of fruit juice, a little bit of fruit guts. All right, Metal Man, and they're all like, "Yeah." Oh, what's something smaller? Oh, those. The barkeep's just kind of like biting his nails, like, ah, shit.
Someone's gonna end with a dart in there.
Alright, so... Decoria, you just came into the pub. What you doing?
I'm just, you know, sitting and... actually, this has been a while. I would like to get my water skin refilled with some better wine this time.
Alright, so... Alright, so the Southern Isle wine, correct?
Yeah, I had real cheap shit last time.
Yeah. Alright, so the Southern Isle wine is 1 gold a pint.
Okay, and this holds 4 pints, so 4 gold. Alright, cool.
Alrighty.
So I forked that over. And that's it, boys. I'm officially broke for the first time.
Alright, so the barkeep takes the coin, looks impressed, gets a Southern Isle wine down, and trickles it into the water skin. In a really fancy bottle with a nice wax fixing.
Who needs that?
Oh, and he hands the water skin back over to you. And the barkeep kind of nods, smiles, and goes, "Very fine choice, good sir. Very fine choice."
Having way too much fun shitposting in general while we play.
Thank you, kind sir.
Alright, so I'm going to say all of that happened during the course of Landrin's 1-hour ritual service. Alright, so Landrin, back to your perspective. So you finished successfully mumbling, and you know during that time you were like mumbling the ritual and trying to call forth your familia. Okay, so Nova during that time kind of does like a roll, and, you know, because she kind of like shifts in her sleep, and then she kind of like slips one of her hands underneath your back, almost lifting you up. Other hand around your waist and pulls you in closer. Kind of like in a very close embrace. I would consider that an interruption, so roll me... What would that be? I'll say... Roll me wisdom, because in my argument, it's to maintain your mental concentration on the enchanting while she's embracing you.
Okay. 1.
You completely lose track of where you were in the ritual, and the spell is undone. So now you're back to square one, as she's holding you tightly.
I'm going to mage hand the spellbook over then, be boring about it.
Okay. Alright, so...
Alrighty, he's... Oh, sorry.
Yep, so you cast Mage Hand, and the ethereal hand, reaches out, grabs, kind of shuffles around in your clothes, and grabs the spellbook, and brings it over to you. Plop.
Alrighty, he's just going to start doing a little sketching.
Alrighty. Keep in mind, you're currently being held by a woman 3 times your size.
Yes, he is not using his hands to do the sketching. He is using his magical ethereal hand to do the sketching.
Alright.
His hands are busy hugging.
Yeah. Alrighty. So while that's going on... Actually, let me roll something. Alright. So, while you're hugging, the sound of the sketching of the book You can kind of, it's fairly audible. And you see Miss Nova's eyes kind of crack open a bit. And her eyes fully open. Morning.
Good morning, Nova.
What are you doing? She kind of like eyeballs the book and the ethereal hands sketching.
There is the rough outline of the two of them on the just walking to the through the doorway of restaurant.
And she kind of looks at it and sees it, and she kind of, again, lizards, dragonborn, dragons, kobolds, they're not known to be able to visibly blush, but you swear you see like the chameleon-like shudder of her scales, and they go like a little bit of a lighter red. And she, she kind of holds you even tighter. She doesn't say anything. She's just very blushed.
Landrin doesn't say anything. He can't really withstand tight hugs.
Alright. So, as you guys are lying there in the embrace and the sketching is going on, you hear, you hear and see one of the drapes just get brushed aside. So, Nova, and there's Argo, the Health Elf.
Good morning, Argo.
He gets a giant grin on his face. He's like, I'll wait till later. And he kind of puts the drapes back. You just hear him walk off.
So suave. So suave.
It's an interesting argument between the trust you can have with a friend, that they're so comfortable around you, they just, walk on in, and the flip side of that coin being, well, sometimes you get so comfortable with your friends you forget to knock. Oh well, it's the copper lining of a blessing.
I suppose so. Alright, so anything you want to do? Want to break through well, given this interruption, Nova ignored Argo there for a minute, and after about another minute she kind of loosens her grip and kind of sits up and is now putting on her clothes.
Yeah, Lan's gonna go and grab his robes as well.
Alright. So, about after, just maybe 2 minutes max, both you and Nova have your clothes on, and she hops out and, offers to help you out with her hands outstretched.
That would be quite helpful. Landrin has difficulty with steps built for, regular people.
And she grabs you, or, just around the center, kind of like, a mother picking up her child, picks you up, and sets you down on the ground. And, again,
Solid cobblestone once more.
The Dragonborn version, she kind of like, rubs her head next to yours lovingly. And, kisses you in the, again, Dragonborn way. And just like across the way, smoking a pipe, you see out of the corner of your eye Argo, just kind of grinning. It's just a shit-eating grin.
Landrin isn't socially experienced enough to understand how to be embarrassed about this. Excellent.
Right in. And after this little interaction and embrace, Nova looks over to Argo. They both nod. And she looks at you and goes, I have to go help out with the supplies that we're moving around to the carriages. If you need me at all, you know where to find me. And she just kind of gestures to the whole caravan.
Landrin will nod sagely, and I should reconnoiter with the situation with Decoria, Kiko, and Belsarius, though I will be back soon.
All right. Yeah, and she, again, lovingly, like, rubs her head against yours. And then walks over to Argo.
Oh, have a good morning, Argo. Have a good morning, Nova.
You as well. And, you know, as you walk away towards the inn, which is about 5 feet away, you hear Argo teasing Nova. So, who was top and who was bottom? And you hear her, you know, smack him across the head as he's laughing.
Alrighty, Lantern is going to attempt to discover where everyone else is because he doesn't actually know.
Right. So through the window of the inn, they're fairly decently sized windows. Yeah, it's a little bit shrouded and clouded in there. It's not easy to see. But you can make out the large metal visage of Belisarius.
Let's see, tavern goer, giant middleman. I can't see Belisarius anywhere. Perhaps he's behind that giant... Oh, wait a minute. Bottles in.
And Kiko, where are you right now?
Last I left off, I was in the inn,
Okay, you
but
were.
but I probably went to bed at one point because.
Alright, I'll say you're in your guys' reserved room 2, in the upper part of the pub. So you wake up. What you want to do?
Oh, he was gonna sit up, rub her eyes, just like look around the room, just get up out of bed, go over to her stash and start looking through just the stuff that she has for a little bit.
Righto,
She's
righto.
going to reassemble her thieves tool set all into one neat little package, fold it up and hide it kind of like under the rest of her stuff in her backpack,
Righto.
and just she's gonna look over that tankard of sobriety that she bought from this Nordred. Just give it a once over, put it in the bag with the rest of the stuff. Go ahead and throw on her, leather armor and normal attire and pack everything up and get ready to go. But now, Kiko has to go somewhere.
Alright, where's Kiko going?
To the post office
Alright.
to retrieve her letters that she hopefully has by now.
Alright, so
Even though
you head down. Are you trying to are you just doing this casually, or are you trying to sneak out of the building?
just casually.
Alright, so as you walk down, it's about the same time Landron walks in. Belisarius is currently throwing darts at these 3 drunk gentlemen, each trying to find steadily smaller and smaller things and moving Belisarius further and further away.
Kiko's gonna give Landron a knowing look. How'd it go, Mr. Landron?
Kiko? Why are you calling me Mister?
No reason.
I accept that as an answer.
Still didn't tell me how it went last night.
Oh, nice. But weren't you there for most of it?
I wasn't anywhere near y'all.
I could swear you were. You went behind the potted bush just after. Was I remembering the nice bird from the tailor shop? Did
Yeah,
I mix you two up?
Yeah, probably.
So many jokes that I can't make.
Y'all look the same.
Oh god. Here we go.
Yeah.
Right, moving past that.
Haha, I avoided actually answering any of the questions. Haha. Waddle.
So I guess I'll have to get the details from Miss Nova later.
A gentleman never tells.
But a lady always does. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no.
You stole my line.
Couldn't help myself, I'm just saying.
Careful, Landry. Loose lips sink ships.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? In the immortal words of Mung Dull, who I seem to quote a lot on this show, they got nothing on. We ain't going to jail, Chowder, because they ain't got nothing on us, because I ain't saying nothing. I'm saying...
Righty. Alright, so Decoria, Belstarius, you guys interact with Kiko at all, or?
Good morning, you two.
So I have acquired Miss Novary's spell book, so we can go and meet with her later in the morning before we speak with the caravan to let them know that we would like to travel north so that Miss Novary can do what it is she needs to do to help us here, whether it's through scrying or some other type of spell to help us try and locate a better position of Miss Lady Ruga. If you guys have errands or anything, I suggest you get them done before we leave.
Speaking of which, I have to go take care of something. So we will meet whenever, I suppose, at the hospital, wherever Snowy is.
That would be my plan. I would say probably an hour or so would probably be enough time for us, to get everything going. We can probably go speak with the caravan during that time, then go sit with Miss Novary afterwards. So if your plan is to be about an hour, we can meet at the hospital afterwards.
Sounds good to me. I'll let you take care of talking to the caravan, Mr. Smooth Talker.
Sure.
Mr. Smooth Talker, Mr. Sensual Voice, Mr. Well-Horned One.
Okay, he's definitely talking about Decoria.
You still got the stubs.
Well, I don't know. You could be well-horned. We don't... I mean, Asmo didn't get into it, but you never know.
Have you seen his artwork? Have you seen his artwork? They're little nubs. They got blown off in a lab accident.
Yeah, I was told specifically to ditch the horns. He lost them. But hey, they're little nubs. That's something.
He is available for head pats, damn you.
Not what I meant by well-horned, but that's okay.
Anyways. Know, but I'm playing.
The immature horn, not the mature horns.
Either way,
Venus.
I like what you do with your hair this morning. I think it goes in well. I'm pointing out Decorius, another +1 to charisma, by the way.
Okay.
+2. Thank you very much.
+2. Close enough.
Alrighty. So, Kiko, you head to the post office. Alright, so, that takes about a 5-minute walk. And you just walk through the town, you look at the front gate, and you see them, you see some stone masons and stuff outside being guarded by several rangers who are currently doing mason work on the outer wall. One of the large doors, the actual gates, is actually being patchworked for its wood breaks, where it was chopped at with axes and other sharp blades. It looks pretty worse for wear, but everything seems fairly well guarded. All the rangers are doing their job. The town guard, who are currently watching over this construction, also doing regular patrols. So you make your way to the postmaster's office and enter in through the door, which you see the old postmaster sitting behind the desk. Hello. The Kenku from the other day.
He was gonna nod.
Welcome, welcome. Can I help you?
Looking for a letter that might have come in.
A moment. And he kind of like, shimmers up. You hear the cracking of bones as it's just moving around. Yes, oh. A scroll. Here you are.
He's gonna take it, put it in their bag.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
He kind of just slowly sits back down, his cane just kind of wobbling. Yeah.
You guys gonna go outside and pull up the scroll and start reading it.
Alright, so just real quick, remind me what you were asking in a previous letter.
I believe I was looking for a contact here in Nordred.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yes. So I can use my criminal background more effectively.
Right, hold on. Shit, I don't think I wrote it in this notebook. One second. I have a second notebook where I write that stuff.
You have a criminal background? My god.
Who would have thought? I know, right?
Guys, while he's checking that out, I have a question. We have 2 planned sendings, right? One potentially to check up on Lady Ruga, and one to try and contact everyone's
Okay, I just put on my
court
headsets back on, so I didn't hear most of that. I'm sorry.
I was trying to make sure we had the plan straight with everyone else. We had 2 planned uses of the sending spell. One to kind of double check with Lady Ruga to try and hopefully make sure she's quote unquote alright, and another to everyone's favorite trader dwarf to see if he's alive. So that means the third one is up for grabs.
Alright. So as for Kiko, your new contact. So in the letter, it's addressed to you. Your old contact kind of, sends the standard greetings. It's written in the Coded Thieves camp. And after just some of the basic niceties, he lists off very analytically 2 contacts available in the land of Nordred that he's aware of. One of the contacts is by the name of Miranda, no last name given. Miranda is located in Northholm, and it is a she. The only description he provides is that they are a tiefling and that they are very unassuming. And the other contact is located in a further northern region of Northholm, and that would be Cronus.
How do you spell that?
Chronos. Cronus.
CHRNONS.
OS. Cronus.
NO. Wait, CHRNOS?
Yes.
Okay, Cronus. Any other details?
The description of Cronus is he is a half-orc. He is known as the local drunk, if you must ask around. No other details past that are given.
Thank you.
Alright. And the letter ends with the standard niceties and a warning to keep your feathers dry and your eyes peeled.
Plan. Alright, thank you. Roll it up and slip it back in my bag.
Alrighty. Alright. So, what do you want to do now?
I don't think Kiko has anything else she needs to do. So
meet up with everybody back at the inn?
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Alright, so Kiko heads back. You probably weren't gone more than 10 minutes. Right, you come back. Belisarius just finished playing darts, as he's on the opposite side of the wall from a good 10-12 foot distance away from the dartboard. Throws a dart as a guy was holding out his hand with only his he's doing the Spock but sideways with the center of it in the target. And
please tell me it's right in this palm of his hand.
Well, I was about to ask. Belisarius, roll me Dex.
Please tell me it's right in the palm of his hand.
Well, depends. Belisarius, are you trying to hit his hand or are you trying to hit the board? that will very much define the results here.
Let's see, let's see, I gotta put it's even 10.
Ooh.
I'm trying to hit the target.
Okay. So you swish the dart, but it just slightly pierces that middle part of between the fingers. That fleshy bit right there. Yeah. Ah! And he pulls it away, and he's got this bloody, gap right in the center. And he's like, I think the middle man's missed that one. And the other two friends are laughing and going, shake it off, it'll heal. And they grab one of them grabs a rag out of his back pocket and says, put some pressure on it. Hey, barkeep. Yes. He's just kind of glancing over with the look of, I knew that would happen. And the drunk walks over, starts counting out some coins. That should cover our tab. Yep. You guys have a good day. Thanks. And they walk their friend out while waving bye to you, Belisarius.
Having a good time, Belisarius?
Yes, just showing the inebriated meatbags the meaning of accuracy.
Alright then. So everybody's at the inn. What y'all want to do?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Belisarius, I couldn't help but notice that you were doing a wonderful job socializing with everyone.
Indeed, and I overheard you achieving the ultimate meatbag success in life. The act of propagating one's species. Congratulations, I suppose.
Oh, I thought the ultimate meatbag achievement was, the enjoyment and fulfillment of life. But yes, I did in fact. Yes, there's a very nice night with Miss Nova.
Indeed. Though I struggle to understand the meatbag concept of romance and love. Its nuances escape me.
Hold that thought just a moment. Landry is going to cast something.
Alright. Who are you casting sending to?
His dad.
Hey.
I already pre-counted the words.
Alright.
Dad, I hope my spell finds you in good health. I've recently become adept enough to contact others from afar and think of you often.
Alright, so about a moment goes by, and you hear back, I'm very happy to hear so. I cannot wait to see you again. My regards. Lovingly.
Joys of a stable relationship. What's the point of having a cell phone if you don't use it to talk to family?
I suppose that's true.
Paperweight.
Wow.
That's
Sure.
the spirit.
By the way, so after another second goes by, you hear in your head, Landrin, by the way, additional. There is a contact in Nordred by Novari. Say hello for me.
Funny you should mention that, Dad. Yes. In order of importance, I have a sword now. Can Dragonborns have eggs?
In what?
Can Dragonborn have eggs?
Yes.
That's how Yes, that's how they work.
Kobolds.
No, he's saying that in reply to because he gets a reply
okay.
with the sending.
So a minute goes by, and you get a message. What? Why do you ask? And the answer is yes. But again, why?
The response is, I'll make sure to update you on wedding times and location.
Hold on for a second. I have an idea, but I don't know. Okay, well, I have no I do not have a character sheet for him, but fuck it, I'm doing this. So, for a brief second, you feel or hear nothing. Then all of a sudden, a shimmering light you see coming, like almost like a meteorite. You see,
It's gonna be a howler.
just, and you think it's gonna breach through the window, but instead phases right through it, no damage, and the barkeep just dives under and hides. This little flaming ball is now floating in midair, and it slowly begins to flatten into like a window-like shape. It's still flaming around the sides, smoke, ethereal smoke, kind of shimmering out the sides. The flames are trickling of different colors. They're not necessarily just flaming red. There's also some blues and greens in there. And in the center, it just kind of clears up, kind of like this perfect little circle. And it, kind of like a ripple of water, you see an elderly man with a long white beard and a bit of a flustered face. Says, "Lantern, lantern, is this thing on? Lantern, yes. What are you doing? Who are you doing? What is going on? And he's kind of out of breath, and you can make out behind him the scene. It's the old mage tower which you grew up in. It's a nice stone brickwork, some torches, a bunch of runabout scrolls and books and stuff. And he's just like completely disheveled. This guy, is this big, long purple robes, and this large, very stereotypical looking like wizard's hat.
Where do you think Legend got his from? Well, first and foremost, in order of operations, I met a very lovely armor merchant by the name of Miss Nova, and things have gone quite well. You just Miss Kiko. I could introduce you to all my associates at once. Belisarius, Decoria, this is my father.
Kiko is there now.
I see the family resemblance.
He's human.
I see the family resemblance. I say, looking at the hats.
Hello, good compatriots of young Landrin. I apologize if he is rather not entirely, and you see him kind of like fiddle with his hands like he's trying to come up with the words. He's not the standard social graces. You know what I mean. If you do, if you don't, then he's doing better than I feared.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Kind sir, your son is a wonder of a young man. He has wooed a wonderful lady who, by chance, chose to be wooed by him. He has proven himself in battle and has acquired quite a number of allies along the way. I would like to say thank you for raising such a unique individual. And he is a valued member of our party. And there are quite a few times young Landrin here has helped me along the way. And I don't know what I would have done without his help. And to help understand the situation that I am in. So fear not. Your son has come along a very long way, I am assuming, from when he left the protection of your tower to where he is now. and he has come very far, and he is an outstanding young man.
You want to see
Very
my
glad to
almost
hear it.
die scars?
I must say that when Landrin was a hatchling, I'll admit he was meant to be an experimental subject, but I found after his very excellent intelligence, well, the point is, he's grown into quite the intelligent, brave, and strong individual, and I must say I miss him most of the time. And you see, he's kind of like fidgeting his hands, and you can tell this guy isn't like the biggest socialite either. He probably rarely talks to people. It's like, but as long as he's being respectful and you are all treating him as well, it just goes both ways. I'm very happy to hear it. But being a grandfather at my age, I suppose, is appropriate. But at the same time, I feel I only had Lantern leave the home only so long ago. He just kind of like conjures up like small tissue, and he kind of dots the corners of his eyes. But do not scare me like that, Lantern. Do not scare me. There's only so much I could take in a given day.
Oh, I didn't even mention the scars I have now. Landrin takes off the top half of his robes.
And you see him go from like in the frame you can make out his shoulders and his head. Like you see him like grab whatever it is. Think of like a camera. It just shudders and he pulls it real close to his face and goes, "What? How did that happen?"
Well, a half-orc the size of an ogre decided he didn't like me standing up to him. And he had an axe to...
Lantern, you little fool! Don't you know, we sorcerers do not enter melee range! It is suicide!
By this point, he probably sees the sword on Landrin.
Why do you have a sword?
I killed a man with it.
Bit of a silence, and his eyes are kind of wide. Was he trying to kill you?
He was trying to kill about a town's worth of people along with his compatriots. If I can even dirty the word with his ilk.
Ah, well, I suppose that was a good move on your part then, Landrin. As I taught you well, the baddies deserve death.
Bit of an oversimplification of matters, but yes, it was a very lovely story.
Well, to be fair, I taught you this when you were a hatchling. You were but a week old when I finally figured out I could teach you things like that. I didn't even know you could talk yet.
Sometimes, Father, I wonder if I can.
I would say your grasp of language is far superior to that of the other ilk I have to deal with on my day-to-day. But yes, Landrin, you in particular owe, well, I as well do, but you in particular owe a certain, thank you to Miss Nordred. And you see, like, the camera, like, kind of zoom back out, and he's more in frame. In fact, I would not have been able to acquire your egg if it weren't for Miss Nordred.
Decoria, weren't you just at her shop earlier?
That is character knowledge. You would have not known that.
Right, I thought we'd have been... Oh, we've actually already met Miss Novary. She's a lovely woman.
Indeed she is. I remember, I met her many years ago, around 32 years ago. Bit of an intimidating first recollection. If I recall correctly, my horse wouldn't go anywhere. It was frightened and it kicked me off. And soon after, came out of the tree line was 3 adventurers, one of which being a large spider woman. I nearly lost my composure, but thankfully she was rather kind to me, and she collected my horse, maybe in a more aggressive way than I would have. I mean, wrapping it up in webs and dragging it forward, I would be terrified too. But yes, the point is, I reacquired knowledge of her location about a good number of years ago now, and I went to visit, and I was looking for experiments, and well, your egg was in her shop. She had acquired it from some individual who had some shady individual who had apparently gone into the deep caverns of the local area and acquired your egg. But yes, that's why I wanted to stress that you should thank her. In an odd sense, you could say she's like your mother in this situation.
Well, that explains a great deal and has such fascinating implications towards potential kin in the area. Something to investigate later. Oh, my book is coming along marvelously.
I'm glad to hear it. What page are you at?
I'm currently at page. He pulls out he goes to the back of the spell book and starts flipping backwards because the spells are on the front side going forwards in the normal manner, and the book is in that weird Asian from the right side to the left. But it's a very confusing setup. But he flip, 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 flip. Currently on page 97.
Oh, well, you need to get more pages done. You've been gone so long, that's all you have. And you start to see, like, the flames start to kind of, like, recede, and you see kind of, like, fade out of reality, kind of turning translucent. My time is out. Be careful, wash your scales, and do not, hurt the innocent. And, yes, love you! And it just dissipates.
It's always nice to talk to family.
Your dad seems really chill.
Yes, family. Not all of us have that luxury anymore, but regardless, family is something of a tradition and a good value to have one anchored to reality.
The nuances of this concept of family and pair bonding between you creatures of flesh is confusing.
That probably has something to do with the part that it's not logical.
That seems quite logical to me.
No, I understand the need to group up and have biological progenies, but the specifics and the nuances of the interactions and relationships generally escape me. So,
Well, it's hard to go off my example as basis. I'm adopted. Speaking of adoption, you really should. Now I'm especially inspired to go visit Miss Novery again.
That is a little sooner than we had anticipated, but I believe if everyone has all of their priorities, and instead we can make a trip to the hospital and visit with Miss Novery. I rather enjoy her company. Regardless of that fact, if everyone is ready, I suppose we can head on out. I have her book here.
Kobold! From your wastelandron, Rokon is currently yelling at you.
Yes, Minter?
Was
I'm surprised
that-
you should...
Was that your owner?
Adopted father, technically.
Ah, I see. Well, his power is immense and impressive. Indeed.
Like I said, given the current era, I'm not particularly strong. Magic has not decayed in your absence, I'm quite happy to say.
No, it has not. I am impressed with all that I see. I am still more powerful, and even with just one more limb, I could crush him. But it is impressive. Indeed.
And maybe we should have introduced you to.
I remained quiet as I was analyzing him. The spell he used was quirky. I don't know it.
Describes our family rather nicely. Love game. If Decoria romances Miss Novery, does that make him?
Oh no. Makes me
Best not to dwell on such things.
Just not to overanalyze, I suppose. Decoria, what would your take be?
I choose not to comment on this. However, I am already establishing a pre-loved family unit, so it is what it is.
Gee, Asmo, why do you let Landrin have two dads?
Now the argument presents. Who is the better one? Ready, fight! Ding ding! Alright.
Well, if I get in close, it's over.
True.
Is it,
Melee
though?
range.
Is it really?
Yeah, so I don't think Landrin's dad's gonna let you do that.
I know, that's why I said if.
House.
Darkness! Can't hit what you can't see!
Lol.
Da 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 da.
Fireball.
Alright, so what you guys want to do?
That's up to the party. I have no preference right now.
Gentlemen,
so-
would you like us to... Oh, you first, Decoria.
So priority-wise, one is to meet back up with Miss Nova and the rest of the caravan to let them know that we will be traveling north and that we will continue our protection under the guise of us going and investigating further. And then the second thing is to go and speak with Miss Novery now that we can bring her spell book. She had alluded to that she had the ability such as scrying or something similar to that to help us kind of pin down a little bit closer to where Lady Ruga might be. And then the third action that we had was to inform Sasha of all of the dead bodies that require proper burial and all that stuff. But I myself had personally taken care of that before resting for the evening, and that's the first time I tell the party that.
Sounds like we have our plan then.
Would anyone like me to cast those two instances of sending now or afterwards?
I think it would be better if we did it afterwards, because if Miss Novery has the capability of scrying or find individual, find person, that's the spell I'm looking for, has one of those, it would make our lives easier. Then we could open up a line of communication after we have an idea of where they're at.
Through the merchant caravan. Away!
Alright. So you all...
Sounds good to me.
You all... Okay. Just double check now. Everybody's good for that, right? Alright.
Yep, I'm good. Yep.
Alright, so you all
Kiko,
make your
I had
way...
a question. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Kiko, I had an inquiry for you.
Yes.
You're a proficient duelist, yes?
Something or another, yes.
Would you be willing to spar with me on the road?
Spar with you?
Yes, I'm not particularly good and would like to improve.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt, but say I usually try to avoid combat if at all possible.
Well, then it'll be good practice for both of us.
Just don't get lost.
I'm a little lost as to what you're alluding to, but
You'll see.
Okay.
Right. Alright, so you all exit the inn and make your way towards the caravan. A lot of the merchants who have been out and about the city and stuff are all kind of gathered together. They're all kind of taking inventory of their supplies. Some are, you know, being a bit more lazy, laying back, just kind of chatting. Some are being super busy, walking around. And amongst the group in the circle of caravans and the oxen and everything is Nova and Argo, who are currently discussing something with like 4 or 5 other of the merchants.
Said Corey, that's you.
Whisper, whisper. Psst. Nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Hey, you're Mr.
Well, I
Corey.
didn't know if somebody else wanted to take it. Like, you know, this isn't like
Elbow in the
groundbreaking
sternum.
here.
Yeah.
Right. Miss Nova, might we have a moment of your time?
Nova and Argo kind of look at you. Argo looks at Nova, nods, and she kind of walks away from the group as Argo continues to like converse with the other 4. Yeah, what is it?
When did you intend on leaving town?
We're planning on leaving tonight.
Oh, splendid. Splendid. Maybe you'd like to leave this afternoon. We have a job that requires us to travel to Northholm. And it is, to my understanding, if I remember per our original contract, that you were traveling to Northholm. We would like to resume our duties in protection of your caravan as we continue traveling north.
Yeah, we'd be happy to have you. That's why she kind of mumbles. That's kind of why we've been trying to delay leaving.
Yes, and we appreciate the fact that you were able to hold up for a few days for us. We have since conducted our business that was of a concern for the town, and we must continue venturing forth closer toward Northholm to complete the next portion of a separate contract that we have. But we would like to resume continuance of our original established contract with you and provide protection all the way up to Northholm.
Well, we'd be happy to have you. As for contractual pay, we can't pay exactly as well as the local lords have for your other tasks. At least it's rumored that you guys all made 500 gold pieces each.
Aha, well, that's quite a rumor, and I would like to dispel that rumor. As we know, gold is quite a commodity here, and unfortunately, we were not as well rewarded as we were liked to be. However, we were paid handsomely, and I would like to pull out my own coin sack and open it up and see. As you can see, I have 4 gold. We were not paid as well as we thought, but that's okay, and the rest of us will make do with what we have.
I'm sorry. The rumor was spread around by, well, several people. But we'd be happy to have you. I'll discuss with Argo about your pay. But I
Thank
predict it'll be between 500 silver and 1 gold coin each.
They find some.
Did I miscalculate? Isn't it like 100 silver for 1 gold?
Oh yeah, it is.
So if it's 500 silver,
Yeah, sorry.
then
My brain. It'd be about 50 silver or 1 gold coin each.
that's quite all right. We can make do with payment. And I kind of look around at the guys. Right, guys?
Landry nods happily.
Sounds fair to me.
DM looks at camera with shame.
No.
Can't remember my own system. It's great. Oh.
Mistakes happen. We all do it.
Right out. Alright, so Argo kind of finishes chatting up and the other 4 merchants kind of walk off. Not in like a full harumph, but you can tell that they're not like happy. And he kind of walks over. So what did you all need? Did Nova finish everything up over here?
Yes, we will be traveling between this afternoon and this evening, and we will continue our original contract of protection for you as you continue on your way towards Northpole.
Alright. Well, we'll be all too happy to have you. There's some odd rumors on the road right now. I don't know if I should even relay them, just in case they're just that, but, it just sounds so ridiculous.
I can assure you, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, please go.
I can assure you, Arga, Miss Nova finished. Why are you all looking at me like
that?
Argo has this look on his face like, why did I need to know this?
Back to the...
Why are you looking at me like this?
The matter at hand. The rumors. I would be very interested to hear these rumors.
Well, it's ridiculous, but they say there's an army of kobolds traveling.
Okay, I want you all to imagine, picture, if you will,
an army of 2-foot lizards.
That sounds about right.
One moment the camera's just sort of focused on Argo, and the next there's this tiny little silvery purple face slowly creeping up from behind his shoulder. That is unconventional so far as tales go.
Yes, and they say it's an actual army. I've tried to confirm if it's just some overblown group of them, which is odd enough to see any kobolds above ground. Company excluded, of course. But an army of them marching? It's odd, to say the least.
Slowly scribbles away in his notebook. That's culturally advanced enough to form war bands and perhaps even professional units.
But you want to know what the oddest part about the rumor is?
I don't know. Elucidate.
The army marches along the road and has encountered, supposedly, several caravans already, but hasn't attacked a single one. They've just marched past them.
It sounds like they aren't up to anything ne'er-do-well.
I'm not sure. Keep in mind, these are rumors. Best case scenario is it might be a band of, I don't know, people wearing lizard armor, maybe? Reptilian-like armor? Someone blew it up to be some kind of myth about kobolds? I don't know. It's odd. Oh, halflings, yes. Gnomes, even. I have no idea. It's an odd rumor. In fact, the four gentlemen I just spoke to believe the rumors so much, though, that they don't want us to leave for another week.
Well, if they haven't been attacking caravans, then I don't see the problem.
Well, it's still the fear. Kobolds are known to be... And he kind of glances at you, Lantern. Well, and he kind of like, you know... Yeah, he kind of looks like he's about to say something awkward. Well, kobolds are known to be...
incredibly violent, cowardly,
aggressive.
Prone to using... That's one of the words I was building towards.
Thieving.
Hey.
And it's odd, as I said, it's odd to even hear a single kobold above ground. But an army of them marching. Not something you typically see.
Such a dignified word.
Perhaps something forced them out of their caves and they are migrating.
I'm not sure. But I was able to convince and he kind of frowns, my compatriots, that if the rumors are true, that we'll simply do our best to avoid running into such a force.
I feel I may be in the minority here for wishing to seek them out. Then again, it's partially professional. It's partially professional curiosity, also partially. I've never met another kobold.
You guys can't. You use Hirokon say out loud. Your fear of midget lizards is pathetic.
Isn't it? We're tiny.
That is an understatement. Kobolds, on average, are 2 feet tall. And, to boot, they're thieving, scoured cowards. Organization is not in their repertoire. Now, listen. I am one who operates on the cautious side. I always have. The only time someone's taken advantage of me is when I trusted them too much and they cut up my body and spread it around the world. Kind of has like this jaded, like, side look. But, that being said, I have never once feared kobolds. Has things changed in these last 40,000 years? Have they become bigger, more menacing?
I would like to turn to Roka, and like start to say something, but be like, I don't know how to address him. Like, Granddad.
Grandpa. Just call him Grandpa.
Grandpa Paul.
Roka, King Daddy. Like something. Like, I'm not sure here. Like, the lineage thing, because 2 of these guys don't know. But, at the same time, I'm like, how do I break this news?
If you call Rokon Grandpa, Kiko's gonna give you the weirdest fucking look. I'm not gonna say anything, just gonna give you the weirdest look.
So, Roka, if that is what I should call you?
That is not the inaccurate thing to call me.
So, the concern that I would have, you have noticed that magic has dwindled, yet still maintains an air of power over the last 40,000 years.
It's not as
And I know
widespread, that's for sure.
Yes, so think of that. Use that as your example. That has changed significantly in 40,000 years. You have beside you a kobold that practices magic. This was not done 40,000 years ago. Times have changed, and they have changed significantly. So the concern that I would have, I would be on the air of caution to say, just because they are kobolds, if they are an army, that is still something not to be trifled with.
Huh. Well, I suppose caution is the way to operate. At the same time, I find it comedic.
I do not disagree with your statement. No offense, Landrin. But organized kobolds is something that I myself have never encountered. Elite goblins is one thing, but organized kobolds, that is another entirely. It's been a while since I used elite goblins. I figured I'd throw it out there.
Oh yeah. Never let the meme die.
Never.
Elite goblins.
1 second, guys.
The comedy never ceases.
So I think we should continue on our trip. We, unfortunately, will travel with or without you, Argo. So if you choose not to leave and to seek safety,
Oh no,
here
we've chosen to leave. I just had to convince those 4, and he gestures over to them. Not subtly, like he's making fun of them. I just had to assure those 4 that they had to... What's the saying? Nut up or shut up?
I got back to nut up or shut up.
So, we will be journeying out tonight. They want us, unfortunately, though, to go under the cover of darkness. They believe it'll help camouflage us. which I tried, and he kind of like leans in, whispering. I tried to inform them that kobolds have dark vision and can see quite better at night than during the day. But they wouldn't listen.
So we have one other errand we must take to. I would like to complete this errand, and I think when we come back, maybe in an hour or so, perhaps you could have the other four caravanners and merchants waiting. I myself would like to have a conversation with them and urge and impress upon them the need to leave during the day opposed to cover of darkness, where we would be at a strong disadvantage if we were to travel at night.
Well, I'll do my best, but no promises.
No, I understand.
And Nova, from the corner of your eye, you see her punch one of her. She makes a fist with one hand and punches the palm with the other. Says, "Don't worry, I know how to convince people how to think our way."
Oh, well, I appreciate the support, Miss Nova.
Argo kind of looks aside. I really hope I don't have to sick her on them. I'll never hear the end of it from all their bruises.
Well, you know, sometimes, unfortunately, one must resort to a violent nature to make a point.
Sometimes
You
you
could
just gotta punch people.
You could always just tell them I was hired on specifically so I could talk us out of it.
Argo
It's not an improbable outcome.
That actually might work. Well, I'll go talk to them, and I wish you guys luck with whatever you finish up in town. We'll wait for you by the southern gate. By the northern gate. Join us when you're ready.
Yes, we shall.
And Nova quickly runs over to you, Lantern, picks you up very quickly, and hugs you tight.
Oh no, you beat me to the draw on hugs. Oh well, I'll get the first hugging eventually.
She she rubs faces with you, you know, again, that lizard affection thing.
Yes.
And then puts you down. I'll see you later.
Naturally, we're coming with, remember?
Alright.
I recently discovered that one of the lovely merchant in this town is the reason that my father was even able to acquire my egg in the first place, and so now I am going to go and thank her for that, because I am in a lovely relationship with my family.
I'm very happy to hear that. I can't wait to meet her.
Why don't you come along, unless you're too busy? Which is understandable, considering.
She looks at Argo. Argo kind of sighs. I'm afraid I need her help.
That's understandable.
No, she kind of looks put off too by the fact she has to stay. Another time. And
I'm certain you could use someone else. It doesn't have to be Miss Novery, does it?
Don't you mean Miss Nova? I have an idea. Landron's going to root around in his coin pouch. How much would it be to hire a few laborers around town to speed up things?
I'm not sure. We've looked at a couple workers, but everybody's either working on the outer wall that's damaged right now, or already have predisposed jobs.
Correct. Would want to pull manpower away from the town's well-being.
I'll say we have manpower here.
We do. Perhaps we could help you out for a little bit to speed things along.
And not all of us have to go meet Miss Novery before we leave.
Who's staying then?
I say Kiko's willing to stay. Given that this is in fact her idea.
Darn you, bird!
Listen, the bird's just gonna be the matchmaker with this campaign, it's fine.
Alrighty. So, I assume you guys tell Argo that?
Yeah.
Roll me persuasion.
Is this a group
Oh, no.
check, or is it Decoria doing it?
This would be... Well, it depends on who's telling him.
I can do it. I've got decent persuasion, but Decoria has much better persuasion. Decoria, you want to make the pitch?
What am I pitching?
You're pitching Kiko staying to help so Nova can come along with us.
Pretty much, yeah.
Sure, I guess.
You missed part of that conversation, didn't you?
That's a 9.
I'll say, could Kiko assist on that speech to get advantage?
Yes?
That's a 17.
Okay. So, Argo, he kind of looks up a little bit. He's kind of considering. He goes, very well. You can't do everything Nova can do, but I suppose the most important part's getting the carriages all lifted up and hopefully convincing these 4 idiots that traveling sooner rather than later is the smarter choice. Then I'm all happy to have you.
Just a moment.
Sounds easy to me.
Landrin would like to cast Comprehend Languages on Argo, so that he'll be able to know when someone's saying shit about him, or whenever someone's just muttering in another language. It's just a silly flavor thing.
Okay. Wait, let me double check my understanding of comprehend languages.
Comprehend language, I'll remember.
You understand the literal meaning of any spoken language that you hear. You also understand any written language. Okay.
I say we had that discussion whenever you tried to do it on Kiko a couple sessions ago.
Right, it's self. Fuck, never mind.
Yeah, I was supposed to say that doesn't work.
Adley.
Shunada. You can't do that, lad. Sorry.
Right. I've been foiled again.
Right here. Alright, so Kiko, you're staying. Kiko, roll me a persuasion check, because we're not going to actually go through it. It's just convincing those 4 idiots, the 4 idiot merchants, to go along with leaving earlier. Just roll me that now.
You know what? I have something in mind for this, though.
If you want to play through it, we can.
I mean, I'm gonna
By all
give you
means.
a list of it, and you can tell me if I'm allowed to do this, or like if I'm able to if this would be reasonable.
Okay.
So, I want to steal their coin purses.
So yeah. So. Are you asking me if this is reasonable, or that if you can do it?
If I steal their coin purses and then tell them that they're not going to get it back unless they do what we tell them to.
You'll be committing a criminal act.
Much nicer than that. But it's like, hey.
If you're trying to extort them, it'd be better to try and ferret out some little bit of dirt.
You know what? It's fine. I can do persuasion. Let's go. Rolls 6.
Roll with advantage, because you're helping Argo with this.
I'm not helping. 13. Let's go.
Okay. I'll say, given these guys intelligence plus their own charisma, that works. Alright, so you, in the course of you helping with the loading carriages and also helping Argo with having to convince the 4 individuals to travel earlier, you succeed in doing so. Though, they do so begrudgingly. Alright, so you're staying with the caravan. Alright, so Belastarius, Decoria, and Landrin, and Nova are all heading to the hospital. Correct.
Yes. Could you check your DM real quick?
Let's see. Sure.
Cool. All right, gentlemen, and lady, we should head off to the hospital now to go see Miss Nobry.
Alrighty then.
Okay, you are referring to Miss Nova. I'm not losing my mind. Okay.
Yeah, the Nova-Re. It's distinction.
Yes. Did I say Miss Nova? I mean,
And I can go by Rin instead for Nova. That's her last name.
well, what it's going to change eventually, but you know.
Actually, Landry, do you even have a last name?
True Claw.
Two Claw?
True. True Claw.
Oh, True Claw. Okay.
He
Gotcha.
picked it out himself.
Gotcha. Alright, so you guys all, as a group, Landry, you are you are lifted up and currently being held in, like, again, that kind of being held like a child in her arms by Nova. As she's just kind of smiling and, like, doting on you and holding you.
These parameters are acceptable.
And the rest of you, you all make your way. And as soon as you get there, Nova puts you down. And you all enter the hospital. I assume show your seal of approval. And are then led down by a nurse down to see Miss Nova. Alright, so this is the nurse speaking. Alright, so just to let you guys know, she's a little energetic today. The medicine we gave her, we didn't know how it affected Driders. So we gave it to her. And it is a pain reliever, mind you, but let's just say she's a little more herself than usual.
Well, Decoria, you're going in first. Congratulations. On to the grenades you chuck yourself, good sir.
I would like to knock on the door and stick my head in.
Alright, so you knock on the door, you don't hear a response, but you stick your head in, and Miss Novery is swinging along webs, like this whole large cargo basement area is covered in webs, and she is swinging back and forth on this large, like, loop of webs that she's just kind of like an actual swing, kind of swishing back and forth on it. Hi.
Spider Mom does whatever a spider moms. I don't know. Damn it.
Is it Spider Mom or Drider Mom?
Technically
Definitely
both.
Spider-Mom.
Greetings, Miss Novery. As I'm, like, walking into the room cautiously.
And she leaps off the swing, and you hear as she lands against the wall and skitters down. And she lifts you up, Decoria, by your waist. And she goes, "Oh, hi, Decoria. You're so light and pretty."
I go from a blue hue to a purple hue. I think that's what you get when you add red to blue, right? Purple?
Yeah, a bit more of
know.
a purple. A bit more of a purple. Maybe a violet.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Miss Novery. But as you recall, we had a discussion last evening.
Yes, I prepared the spell. And all four of her eyes are, like, really wide open, and she sets you down and quickly turns around, grabs the book, and she flips through the pages at, like, lightning fast speed. See? All pre-prepared.
Oh,
Can
good,
double check
good.
this?
And I'm like slowly moving my hand, like saying, "Hey guys, come in at your own risk."
Alright, so you all kind of trickle in the room, and Miss Novery is just still staring at Decoria, and occasionally looks at the book with a pretty big grin. You can see all her fangs.
I do have a question. The book that you were reading last evening, what was the nature of that book?
Shit, did I write that down? The book was about a fairy tale of an old drider. It was a very sad story.
I believe I might have something slightly more to your liking. And Decoria opens up his jacket and pulls out what looks like a fairly thick letter. And he hands her the letter, and he says, I believe you would like to read this probably this evening. Now is not a good time, but I would like you to have this, and I believe this would be an interesting read for yourself.
So she takes it and immediately opens it.
That is what I anticipated.
What does the letter say? So I know how to roleplay this.
My dearest Miss Novery, it was 3 nights ago I had first encountered you. You changed my life that evening and put me on a path of a joy that I have never seen before. While I look at you, the feelings of joy and wonder continues to grow deeper as the days of knowing you continue. I would like to move forward and learn more about you, of myself included, and the potential for where that might go. I find myself to be one of the luckiest men in the world, and I can say that because you are not only a woman that has done great things, a woman that protects those that she cares for, a woman that protects the town that has welcomed her, and a woman that I find myself being with, hopefully in the future. Sincerely, Decoria Sedlak.
Alright, so as she reads, her face goes from just like this wide, loopy grin to her face steadily growing redder to now being like a bright red.
Being
I believe-
honest with your feelings. Yeah.
I believe, as I had stated, the letter should have been read more in private. But as you can see, there are other people here. I believe this is a conversation that we could have in a while. But I think we should get down to the spell first, and then we can discuss what is in the letter afterwards.
She kind of like composes herself. I agree. So, and you kind of see her sober up a little bit. So, what is it you all need again?
So you understand that Lady Ruga has been taken captive, and our understanding was that you might have possessed the power to potentially scry, or to find a person or something of that nature that might be able to help narrow down the direction that she is currently heading other than north, and where she is, so that we might be able to understand where she is going.
Okay. Well, let me just double check scrying how it works as a spell.
Sure, you're being quite rude. Say hello.
Wait, who'd you say that to, Landon?
He's saying it to everyone's favorite lich. He is scolding him for his rudeness. We are in a lady's abode. We shall be courteous here.
Rokan says to you psychically, do a wisdom saving, by the way.
Apologize for that disconnected internet went out for a few seconds.
Okay. What'd you miss?
I'm not actually sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably not super important. So, well, I mean, it's important, just not like.
You missed your shipping opportunity because the ship put itself out to port. You're too slow.
I'm not there to do anything.
Alright. Okay, so you got 13. Alright, so you...
I have a question, just a quick mechanic question. Does Rokan have to force his way in? Because Landred would be perfectly happy to let him into his mind.
Well, he's intentionally going overboard to hurt you.
Okay, so he's returning fire. Excellent.
Yes.
This I'm interested in. What is going on?
Alright, so he lurches out into your mind. You don't take any damage, but you feel like the abrupt, like, in the front of your head.
Do not bring attention to me, little kobold. I will not suffer under that spider wench's painful, brutal attacks. Again, silence.
There's an easy way to avoid such a fate, Mentor.
Yes, silence.
Yes, courtesy. Like I said, courtesy. Mentor.
I don't do courtesy. I do silence or I do me.
Ew, he does himself.
What do you expect a head to do?
Ew.
Alright, so... just reading through how scrying...
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of homebrewing on how she's gonna do scrying. Not a huge departure.
Boy, I do love the rapport that Landrin and Rokan have going. Like, he's very respectful of this bastion of wisdom, but he's also learning a lot of sass from interacting with this angry skeleton head.
Alright, so how scrying normally works, if I'm reading this correctly, is it's a duration cell, it's on self, it's divination, and how it works typically, is how it's supposed to work, is the target of scrying, basically the person that the caster is trying to find has to roll a saving throw to not be found. Which I find doesn't make sense in this case.
Yeah, but also if the target knows you're casting the spell, it can fail the saving throw voluntarily if it wants to be observed.
Yes, which is, I think, too easy. I know it sounds strange. I want this to be difficult. I want there to be a chance of failure, is what I'm saying.
So the chance of failure is that Miss Novri is high off her ass right now. And that's the chance of failure.
So, what I'm gonna do is, it also, part of it apparently also is a connection to a garment or something, a garment or picture, body part, something like that. With how well Miss Novri knows Maria, I'm gonna say it doesn't need that. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna roll a d20, and if I get above a certain number, it works. If I get below a certain number, it fails. So if we do scrying in the future, we'll probably just go by normal rules, but I just want to do it this way for right now because it makes more sense given the context. To me, anyway.
I say that's fair. I
Alright.
would think.
So, let me roll. I guess it wouldn't have mattered, it's a nat 20. Fate don't give a shit when I try and make things. It's like, hey, I want there to be a potential failure. Fate, fuck you. Here's a 20.
Hey, you have a absolutely lovely, reliable character here that we all treasure. Look at this as another reason for us to treasure this character.
Alright.
So
So,
don't look a gift horse in the mouth, because those spirits of irony and fate will come back and bite you for that too.
So Miss Novery sits down with her book in front of her, and she starts circling her hands and carefully begins casting, speaking in older language, more ancient language. As she casts, the only thing out of like the language any of you probably recognize is when she says Ruga or Mary. And she's just going around in a circle, and you see like energy begin to emanate. And she then claps her hands together after she's done casting. 10 minutes go by after all this. And her eyes open wide and they're glowing yellow. And then she blinks and they're back to normal. Okay. So let me just double check some of the description. So it's not too clear. Alright, so she says, I believe I know where she is.
That sounds nice, but I'm not there. I can't see that.
Is it a location that we would be familiar with?
Not most of you, but further north of Northholm, in the Snakes territory. She's being held captive.
Well, our initial hunches were not far from the mark, it would seem. Yeah, guys, just above game, the reason Landron's voice is a little more confident now is because he's growing as a character, and because sometimes I slip out of the voice on accident.
One may or may not be the reason more so than the other.
My goodness, Miss Novery, your proficiency with magic just comes to astound me again and again.
Well, when you've had over 100 years to practice, you tend to get pretty good.
That reminds
So-
me, I would...
Oh no, please continue.
No, you haven't gotten much in the scene. We just got the information. You roleplay with your GF.
Miss Novery, is this in Lord Ferian or Lord Aura's domain?
Farian.
Okay. That.
What I found
Significant.
odd though was it wasn't Farian's manor. Now, grant you, I've never been there myself, but I know what it's supposed to look like. Where she's being held, it's colder, darker. It's not in a... From what I can tell, it's not in a deep dungeon. In the specific location is outside of the main city where... it's out of this main city where Lord Farian lives. I believe she's being held in a separate location. But if Lord Farian is behind all this, that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it should. And I fill in any blanks that she was missing as far as not having the Lord Farian connection.
No, she believes the connection. She just doesn't understand why he wouldn't hold her in his own manner. Why he would hold her in a less guarded location.
That is a good point. The speculation would be of the fact that he would assume that someone is coming. So it is either A, a trap, or B, it is something far more sinister than we have thought. If it is what appears to be a not secure location, I would be in fear or remiss the fact of what would be guarding that location that you did not see.
Damn it, Kiko has input on this, but isn't there?
This is what happens when you choose to separate from the prey. From what I
Listen,
can,
it's for a good cause.
from what I can make out, it's a barred location. It's large stone walls, minimal light, deep in the ground, but not the Underdark. More like a standard mine or cavern.
That sounds like his mine for those ores. It's a fairly important location. It wouldn't be out of character to keep something valuable where you're obtaining valuable things.
The walls are not coated with magistone, but there is evidence, from what I can tell, there was magistone in this cavern. It's more than likely an old, probably used up vein of magistone, an older mine. But I don't see any guards. The only other thing I see is a dwarf. Like she is, they're both blindfolded and chained, but no guards. No anything. But I can't see the entire cavern, just their specific part of it. Perhaps the guards are further away? I don't know.
That actually clears up. I believe I might know the gentleman in question next to her. Just a moment. Landrin is going to cast Sending to everyone's favorite dwarf trader.
Alright, so don't you have a limited number of uses for that?
Yes, I've used one, and I'm going to use my second one.
Okay. And are you only allowed 2 uses, or is it like 3?
I have 3 third-level spell slots at this current level.
Okay.
I'll say before you do use it, I'll say I don't think it would be like out there to say that Landry would kind of realize that they need to be awake. You know. See, like, you know.
It's morning, so it would stand to reason they probably would.
Well, they might be, but Miss Nofri would know if they're awake or not.
Metagame knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast it either way, and if they don't respond, they don't respond. I'll try later.
Well, I mean, technically, I do understand why you say meta, but we've had this conversation before, and Lady Rugo was first passed out when we did message, and we were able to do it, so that point should be a moot point because we've already established canonically that it works that way.
She was not passed out.
She was just blindfolded.
Yeah.
Well, when we did it, you asked specifically, what do you, if you're sending a message, what does it do if the person is unconscious?
I rolled to...
So that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, I rolled to see if she was unconscious. That's why I asked it, because if I had gotten the roll that she... so what I did... because the thing is, I don't like... I to a degree, I like having stalwartly, like, these are the variables, but sometimes I like mixing it up even on myself. So I'll roll a d20 and I'll give myself, like, a range of the numbers. Like, oh, likelihood she's been knocked out, likelihood she's been gagged, likelihood that she's got an enchantment on her, given that there might be a sorcerer with those who captured her. I like adding those little variables for myself, because it adds, like, a... RNG is kind of the wrong thing. It adds... I guess it adds the... Fuck, what would you call it?
I don't know, it adds an element of surprise.
Yeah, it
really does. You know,
it makes it more fun for me.
I'm with you. I'm just going based off of, you know what they say about assumptions. But the previous point was not clarified when we first did it.
I know. That's why I'm clarifying it now.
Under the assumption.
Yeah, that's why I'm clarifying it now. Like, this isn't an argument. I'm just clarifying.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, I'm down with that. That's cool.
But you know, go ahead. But that being said, I will say, just for additional confirmation, if you want to roll me an Arcana, I can tell you if it does work, whether someone's unconscious or not.
Do you want me to roll the Arcana? Because Landon was just going to cast either way.
And if you want to know, like Decoria wants to know, you want to know.
Landon's fine. Like, one of the cool things about sending is that the communication is totally telepathic. Like, that's actually between you and me. Like, my first assumption, you were bringing it up, and I was like thinking, my mind wasn't going towards like, oh, he's asking in case she's unconscious. Like, when I don't remember your exact wording, but I think it was something to the effect of, does she need to be able to talk? And my first assumption was like, aha, I got him. It doesn't matter if she kidnapped Jack. She can talk anyway because it's telepathic. I'm a genius. But it was talking about unconscious.
All right.
But anyway, do you want me to roll that, or can I just cast
it's up to
sending
you. It's again, it's if you want to know the answer.
Nah, I'm just going to find out the old-fashioned way.
All right.
Science! Okay, so he's going to cast sending to Bork. You know who I'm sending it to.
Yes.
I thought Bork was the captain of the guard. I'm getting people mixed up now.
No, that's Braun.
Thank you. I'm definitely getting people. Okay, so Bork's getting cast a little something. Greetings, Bork. It's Landrin. You might remember me. I understand that you have quite likely either been kidnapped or killed. Could you clarify?
Alright. So you hear back in your head, I have been, and to be honest, I can't remember how long I've been here. I can't see, I can't hear, and there's some lass tied to me. I can't get her out, though. Where am I?
Okay, that's one use. Alrighty, and I am going to use my last use of sending for the day. And I'm going to cast it upon Lady Ruga.
Alright.
Hold on to make sure I have the word count down.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Na. Hey, sending.
The number you have dialed is no longer in service.
That's what happens when we try to cast a sending to someone who's dead.
Just get an automated message from the ether. The number you've dialed. The number you've dialed is no longer in service. If you would like to collect a call.
That same automated voice. It's like the voice of like gods and stuff, or all the religions.
What the? Decoria said like is blinded.
Oh, I was just toggling some of the things over in D&D Beyond.
Okay. Is it within the ballpark of the right number of characters Landron?
Oh, what now? Yes, I've got the thing. Lady Ruga, we've identified your general location. Your fellow captive is an associate. Braun in the town are okay. Sincerely, Professor Landron.
Alright, so you hear back. I'm happy to hear everyone's safe. Tell Braun I'm sorry. It's his turn now.
Alrighty. He's going to look up from his derp cross-eyed state that he goes into whenever he casts Sending. And he's going to look around.
Excuse me.
Well, as we came to suspect, they're together, wherever they're being held, and we should probably get on getting over there sooner rather than later. I have a message for Braun from Lady Ruga once we have a moment free, and I intend to tell her swiftly. Tell him swiftly. Miss Novery, I have some wonderful news.
What is it?
Well, first and foremost, as you can see here by my dear friend standing beside me, this is Miss Nova. Your advice worked wonderfully.
I'm very happy to hear it.
Also, my father sends his sincerest regards and thanks.
For what?
For selling him my egg.
She kind of looks like puzzled for a moment. And then after maybe 30 seconds of thinking, her eyes widen.
Dun, 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 dun. Ding.
It's been so long?
32 years, I believe.
Well, that's when I met the old man. It's been a bit less than 18? No, 19 years since I sold him the egg. That was you?
Correct. Aren't coincidences such marvelous things?
And she kind of reaches out and pats you on the head. You grew to be a fine young kobold.
Wait, thank you. I figured I would have Miss Nova come along, firstly because I greatly treasure her company, and secondly, since I promised to introduce her to my parents, and you're the closest thing I have to a mother given the circumstances.
And on your description of her being your mom, her eyes, all four of them are really wide. She kind of leans back, her hand on her mouth. That being not Nova.
When you play the game of family, you play for keeps.
Oh my. And she kind of shakes Nova's hand. Pleasure to meet you, young lady. Well, I suppose for the second time since you merchants came in my shop a couple days ago. It's good to meet you officially. Nova says, shaking her hand back. I must say, I'm not sure how to respond to it. I suppose in a certain sense I am your mother. She looks very flustered.
There's no holds barred when you're the shitposter general. Victory.
So she, after a moment of looking flustered, she kind of looks all giddy. Well, that means I'm very, very happy to hear. She kind of looks at Nova briefly, then kind of casts a spell briefly where her eyes kind of glow purple. Oh my. This is Miss Nova saying this. She leans in and she speaks Draconic to Nova.
I understand Draconic.
Alright, well, you understand then her asking, to the rest of you, you guys hear, But
Overkeen.
what you, Landrin, and Nova here is, have you told him you're expecting? To which Nova looks surprised and questioning.
If ever there was a time to deploy that Daffy Duck face that I've been using in off topic, now's it.
Miss Nova looks kind of giddy, but also kind of like, oh my, they didn't know. Well, I just did, I just checked your parameters and your health, and, well, I seem to have noticed that, I don't know how far along you are, or how long ago.
I knew that roll was for that. I knew it. Oh my goodness, I don't know who's happier, me or my character.
Yeah, I rolled the d20 after your night out for that random factotum.
Well, it's a good thing I've invested in a business, that I've put down ties in the local communities, I've made contacts because Landrin's going to be in Nordred for a while.
Quite possibly. There are some things I don't know if it was smart to roll a d20 on. But I'm rolling.
It makes you feel better. Landrin intends to be very responsible about this.
Yes, I expect so. So, Nova kind of puts both hands on her stomach region and looks kind of like teary-eyed and very surprised.
Screw it. Landrin's expending a spell slot to cast Tensor's Floating Disc to lift himself up to be able to reach that high.
Alright, so you jump on the little glowing disc and you are lifted up to her stomach region.
Both hands, pat pat.
Now, I will say, are you going to tell the party, or?
Would we really need to say anything given the context they have?
They don't
and
know
given what we're doing.
Well, unless
I'd be very disappointed if you didn't do like the robot chicken Darth. The how it should have ended Darth Vader thing.
What
Where you
now?
just run. Have you seen the how it Star Wars should have
I
ended?
have,
thing?
but it's been forever since I've seen that one, so I can't remember.
Basically, he runs around, starts screaming to everyone that he's a dad.
Alright.
Landrin slowly turns to Kiko. But Kiko's not there.
Kiko's not there.
Kiko's not there to find out. Kiko's not the first one to know.
Hey.
Surprising.
So just to clarify, you tell the party.
Victoria, Belisarius, do you remember how you were, what are your thoughts on love, Belisarius?
Well, some of the nuances escape me, but as far as the definition that I've come to, love is like making a shot to the knees of a target 120 yards away using a custom crossbow. And love is knowing your target, putting them in your crosshairs, and together achieving a singular purpose against statistically long odds.
The brain
Okay.
has turned on.
Extraordinary.
Everyone
Well,
say that.
to clarify the reason for my asking of your marvelously novel interpretation of the concept, I am presently experiencing familial love. On account of having just started a family to love. Points at stomach.
Ah, I see you beat the odds then.
I didn't even realize I was fertile.
Hey, Landrin, do you not have anything to say to your new baby mama? At all?
Now that's quite a way to refer to someone.
I don't know if I want to let Kiko's. I don't know if I want to let Landrin make a decision based on that, because Kiko, you're not there.
Sorry.
Metagame.
Landrin is quite happy just experiencing the moment. Thank you very much.
Decoria.
What's there to say?
I believe congratulations is in order.
Nova.
Yes.
How long
I believe-
do pregnancies last in Dragonborn? I personally, I don't mean to come off as a prude, but I'd like to have the wedding so before a child is born.
All right. Before I answer that, I'm gonna have Decoria and Belisarius both roll me nature check.
Luckily, I have advantage.
16.
Okay, what do I get on advantage? Sure. Plus 7. Oh, 26.
Damn. Okay. So, from both of your knowledge, kobolds are known to have kids, like eggs, after 3 months of gestation. Then they hatch once the actual eggs are laid. They hatch within a week, and then the kobold is ready to start doing what they're doing, you know, being kobolds, after another week of that. So, very fast. Dragonborn, on the other hand, are kind of like the opposite end of the scale. It can take over a year to gestate the egg, and then once they lay the egg, it can take up to 3 to 4 months for it to hatch. And then when it does finally hatch, it's kind of like a human baby growing up kind of process. A little bit shorter than humans, so by the age of a human would be at 5, Dragonborn is probably closer to the age of 12. So. But once they reach full maturity, they live a little bit longer than humans do. So, those are the two opposing scales. So, Landrin, from a Dragonborn's perspective, that's what she tells you, is like the length of time.
Well, we have some time to prepare then. My goodness.
I mean,
How are you feeling?
Nervous? Excited? Scared?
Well, I suppose you have someone to share all 3 of those emotions with now. Because I'm feeling all of them too. But there's one I'm not feeling right now.
Horny?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the emotion I'm not feeling right now.
Gotcha. Just clarify.
Okay.
Alrighty.
You pervert.
I mean, yeah, but... Alright, so just metagame real quick, everybody. I do want to explain something. How this is going to affect the campaign, I'm not going to let it affect it too much. I am going to try and let it play out as much as the role-playing aspect as we can, but I don't want it to interrupt too much. So, I am going to make decisions like that may not character-wise fit with Nova, but are going to help progress the story and not like take away from the actual playing of the campaign.
Yes, the story shall progress as it shall. Like events have been set into motion.
This will be a
those events
background
take
thing.
time. Yes, exactly.
Alright, I just want to clarify. I don't want anybody to be like, ah, fuck. This is gonna fuck the stuff up. Not gonna let it. Alright.
I didn't think that at all. That wasn't like anything I even thought. Like, my faith in you as a DM is well beyond that.
Okay.
I never anticipated that.
Alright. Just in case. Didn't want anybody to worry about that. Alright, so. Right. So, Nova kind of looks nervous and kind of like sits down, leaning against the wall. And Miss Novary's kind of all like jittered. Like kind of doing a little excited crab walk to the sides. After a couple of minutes, Nova kind of stands up and kind of recomposes herself. Well, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to work everything out. There's a lot more pressing matters at this current moment.
Yes, we should really get back to the caravan.
Yeah, she kind of.
Miss Snowfree, by all means, I'm sure Father would be quite happy if you sent him a little hello every so often.
He and I don't talk much. But he is an old friend. I'll have to reach out once in a while.
Lantern slowly begins. Like, Lantern has this. Does everyone remember the face Paddock Wilkes take if you're an idiot and don't have Morden survive the second game? Where he'll be like, how do Krogan mate? And he just makes that face. He just makes that series of faces. And Lantern is making that series of faces as he slowly looks down in Rokan. Wait a minute, you were in my inventory last night.
Huh?
Rokan, he was in my inventory last night.
I know, his response is,
Stairs.
If you're wondering if I had any influence on this, I did not.
Yes, but were you watching?
Of course.
Miss Novary, Rokan refuses to speak courteous and say hello to you here as you're recovering.
No! Have!
Yes.
Miss Nova just kind of gives a recedingly menacing look at Rokan as Rokan like kind of just is silently just looking to the sides like. I'm just doing his absolute best not to piss her off right now.
I think that ship has sailed, my friend. Man, when I really want to be vindictive, I really give him both barrels. Is everyone okay? Kiko, Decoria, Belsaris, you guys okay?
Yeah. He goes here anyway.
Belsaris and Decoria being very quiet.
I'm just letting this scene play out. This is not my scene to be a part of.
But it's not. You're my character's second best friend.
Who's your best friend?
Well, I mean, I
Well,
already
sorry,
offered
obviously.
congratulations.
Alright, so after a few moments, Nova stands up and says, well, I have to get back to the carriages. There's lots I have to, there's lots I have to help out with and figure out now.
I would like to make a suggestion. Potentially take it easy on the heavy lifting.
Well, I'm right as rain to do all that stuff now. I mean, it's not like the eggs are gonna be ready tomorrow, is it?
Well, my knowledge of kobold physiology is quite limited, but I do understand that the gestation period is much shorter than what you described to Sir Landrin here, as is the maturity rates as well. So if we were to look at this logically, there could be some differences that one would normally encounter due to interspecies. So I do not know. It could very well potentially be 3 months from now and not a year.
She kind of gulps. Alright, I'll see about helping from a more administrative side of things.
I think that would be wise.
So she kind of leans down and picks you up, Landred, off of your little circle glowing thing. Hugs you very tightly.
Hugs back.
And then puts you back on it and goes, I'll let you finish up your business here. I'll send Kiko back. Thank you. And she, like, runs out.
Oh, well, that was certainly an interesting turn of events.
I need to hug Kiko when she gets back here. I need to hug Kiko a great deal.
This would be the first time the other two party members hear that, by the way.
What?
He said this would be the first time the other party members have heard that. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I just choose to ignore that comment.
The her?
Excellent. Campaign is amazing.
Alright, Ballistarius, your response to the her thing?
Basically, it's like, didn't know that, but then again, I can't really tell, like, most meat bags apart from one another. You all slosh around equally to me.
Right, yeah.
I mean,
Liquid.
Mosey on past
we
that.
do. But the ones that have breasts are of the female variety. The ones that do not generally are the male variety.
Or,
That
if
doesn't
they do have breasts,
account
they could
for
also
fat
be very,
people.
very fat.
That's what I said.
That is true.
Kiko is also a bird, so...
And feathery.
That's why I said generally.
Birds generally do not have memories, from what I have been told.
Alrighty. So, here we go from here.
Oh boy. First, gonna hug Miss Snovery, because it's important to hug your parents. Second, going to climb up Belisarius and sit on his shoulder, because isn't that reaction when your best friend is a bajillion times your size? And third, he's going to point forward dramatically. Well, gentlemen, we should complete our preparations swiftly.
So back to the caravan, or back to Commander Braun, or whoever's lucid enough to be in command right now, to give them the information that we just learned.
Well, Commander Braun, obviously, the message was for him.
So the first thing is we know that Kiko is returning. So if you two would like to wait outside, I would like to have a moment with Miss Novery and a quick word. And then I suppose we can wait for Kiko to arrive, and then we can be on our way to see Commander Braun. So if you guys just want to wait down in the waiting room, because Commander Braun is upstairs, so it's not as though we have to travel very far.
I would say you assume Kiko's returning. That depends entirely on how Kiko, or how the interaction between Kiko and Miss Nova goes.
What peddling do you have to do at this point? What?
No, I'm just saying that
Kiko,
I'm not meddling. Not anymore. No, I'm past the meddling point. No. You might not believe me, but there's nothing to meddle with now. It's just, if Kiko finds out, like, Kiko is going to stress so much over what she's done that she's not gonna let Miss Nova do anything. Like, Miss Nova's not lifting. Miss Nova's not, like, touching anything. Miss Nova's not even gonna have to yell at people. Kiko will do that for her.
small side note, Landrin, since he has a family to support now, is going to go to the guard station to pick up the other 30 gold.
Alright.
Well, that came full circle.
You did it!
I love D&D.
Oh.
Full circle indeed!
Landry's not going to be a deadbeat dad. Not on my watch. That's for damn sure.
Number one, we don't want child support services coming after us.
Alright, so while you guys all head out to do that stuff, alright, so everybody heads out of the room except for Miss Novery and Decoria.
Just before we finish this, I think a one-shot deadbeat dad trying to avoid the tax man for paying child support would be a fantastic campaign. Like a one-shot, that would be great. Just since you said it, I had to say that. That sounds awesome.
One-shot deadbeat dad trying to avoid paying child support. That would be an
Evading
interesting...
bounty hunters that she hired to hunt him down.
That'd be more difficult than the most difficult pre-made dungeon campaign in all of D&D.
I know, but it would be so funny.
Say what you will about the difficulty of fighting off necromancers and giant beholders and all this other shit, but none of them compare to the tax man.
Exactly.
None of them.
Only two things in life certain: death and taxes.
You guys joke, but in Pathfinder, in the first edition at least, there's this paladin order that's called the Gold something or others, and they're literally just a paladin order that enforces taxes. They just go after tax evaders.
Oh, joy.
Sounds fun.
Alrighty then. Alright, Miss Novery and Decoria.
Now, Miss Novery, I understand that is quite a lot to take in. That was quite an unusual turn of events.
Actually,
However,
before we keep going, you want to do a nature check about Driders and their meeting practices?
that's a 2.
Alright, keep going, because you don't know shit.
Shit, where was I? Traveling with these lovely individuals, things take rather abrupt turn, and I know Loletta was a lot for you to take in with everything else, but I would like to stress that is where I am coming from, and I would think a continuance of letters would establish more of a mutual understanding, if so. And if not, I understand and I respect that. But there was a feeling that I had, and I had to put it into words and provide that to you because I felt it would be unfair to you if I just continued on my adventures and not told you.
Well, Decoria, I'm very flattered. I really am. But you don't want to be with an old lady like me. I'm hundreds of years old. And I have quite a few more ahead of me. I'm not as young and spry as I used to be.
I understand all too well. You know, tieflings do not age as well as elves or dwarves or gnomes. We age slightly better than humans, and I am halfway through my life, and children have not been a concern of mine. My concern is enjoying my days and adventuring and doing what I can to live up to my father's good name, and with luck maybe I can tell you more about him one day. But that doesn't change the fact that even though I am halfway through my cycle, and you are potentially halfway through yours, the concept of age does not matter in our days anymore. The act of understanding and caring for one is what truly matters. And if you feel as though that you are incapable due to such the difference, I respect that, and I would never hold that against you. But this is where I differ. I feel as though that the strong maternal instinct that you have for Tina and for this town is a quality that, with my luck, I will never encounter again. And I choose to act. This is not impulsive, this is thought out. But I choose not to let things go that are what I deem to be a treasure. And you I have deemed to be my greatest treasure that I have encountered so far. So, if you choose not, I understand. But just remember, I will be.
Roll me charisma with advantage.
Like, just straight charisma?
Yep.
$21.
Alright. So, right after you finish your words, Miss Overy kind of blushes red even more. Says,
Well, we don't need to rush into anything quite yet. But it's been a long time since I last had a partner. Perhaps if you'll have this old, well, spider, I'd be all too happy to tangle a web around the two of us sometime.
Nothing pleases me more to hear that, and I'm old in my old age, and traditions. I feel as though the letters will be a wonderful way to continue our conversation. Unfortunately, I do not have the ability as Landrin does to communicate across vast distances. So the post is the way that I know best. And as you notice, I stumble and I stammer with my words. But in paper, I do not. I have time to think and to properly articulate what I want to say.
as you speak, you are getting wrapped up in webbing. Very slowly. And suddenly, it all tightens around you. You flip upside down. You are completely, like, you know, like a mummy style. She grabs the side of your head and bites your cheek. Draws a little bit of blood, and then kisses you.
Oh, well, this has advanced far quicker than I had anticipated. Fade to black.
So after a few minutes, she like unties you and everything, hugs you closely, and you decide where to go from there.
I appreciate hearing me out and giving me the opportunity. It's significantly larger, but like I'll put my arms out, you know, like go bend down and give me a hug.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you shall be receiving letters from me on quite the normal basis.
I eagerly await them.
And I thank you, Miss Nobry, and I bid you adieu. And I walk out.
Alright. It's at this moment on your shoulder. You hear, you hear and feel. Pfft. Good sir.
Oh, this must be Midas, right? This is Midas.
Yep.
Yes, Midas, what can I do for you?
I observed all that just occurred. I would like to inquire if you know exactly what you're getting into.
I do not know, but such is the mystery of life.
Well, fair warning. When Driders partner with someone, as she just did you, she marked you. He points at the bite on your cheek. You are hers until you die.
Well,
And
that is
for
what I had intended.
For your sake and for anyone else's, do not flirt with anyone. I must stress this. Driders do not partner lightly.
Well, if I was a bard, that would be a concern. But as I am not, that is not a concern that I have.
Very well. But should you ever be concerned, I would look into Drider mating rituals. It will be very important. Good luck. And he high fives your cheek, this little rat. And then poof.
Nice.
Alrighty.
You know, it's a good thing you have us because we were all raised right, and we all understand the importance of loyalty.
That's a fact.
Actually, just because I think Belastarius would passively know, so you've known a lot of shit in every check, so just for the fuck of it, and I would argue Belastarius would note it. Can you do me a nature check for the Drider stuff?
Sure. 18 plus 7. 26.
Okay, I'm gonna...
I get...
Belastarius, can I drag you into lounge?
Sounds like there's
Yep,
half
alright.
tieflings and half
Alright,
dredgers
everybody
on
else
the
stay
way.
here. We'll be right back. Okay, so... Very important.
Mm-hmm.
What Midas just said is an understatement. So, in this particular fantasy world, Driders, when they mate... You know how, like, when spiders, like, bite the heads off their mates after they have children and stuff like that?
Yep.
Well, Driders don't do that, but that same aggression is in their territorialness of their partner. Like, it's lethal. It's aggressive. If she feels like Dracoria is being unfaithful, she will take out her rage not only on him, but on anybody who gets in her way with the person that she believes he was flirting with. This is, think Tsundere from, like, anime.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like that. They get hyper-aggressively territorial of each other. And during mating season, they become incredibly insatiable.
So she'll like hunt him down and
Yes.
find him
Yes.
and have her way.
And even if she wanted to get quote-unquote relief with somebody else, it couldn't happen because she's marked her mate, which is him. So he's the only one who can relieve her during mating season. It's part of that whole aspect.
Nice.
Alright. Last thing to note, when Driders have kids, even when it's with, because this has happened, even when it's with humans, dwarves, whatever it be, they still end up having a minimum of like 5 kids. Typically.
And they're usually full Drider, or do they have like Drider but with like a little bit of something else?
It's very rare for them not to be Drider. It's more common that's the dominant genetic stuff.
In this case, it could be like Drider, but they just have horns, and that's the only difference.
Horns and a different skin color. Yeah. So like that. Yeah, just because I feel like Belstarius would passively know this at this point.
Yeah, a lot of science, nature. I get +7 on every rolls for these things. That's why they end up so high. So
Yep.
anything that's above 10 is going to be a good roll for this any intelligence check.
All right. Just want to just. All right. Let's hop back in.
Listen, I claim no responsibility for what Landrin and Nova have done to themselves. They
Alright.
knew what would happen when they got into this.
So what I told Belstarius is entirely up to him, and if Pyrrhus thinks Belstarius would tell anyone, it's entirely up to him.
Alright. So basically, I turn to him, look him straight in the eyes, like, you're gonna need some constitution buffs, son.
Decoria, I assume, is...
If you want a full breakdown, I'll sit down with you later and I will go through it, point by point, anatomy by anatomy, the entire thing. The birds and the bees.
This is assuming Decoria rejoined the group, correct? Decoria, you intended to do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so, yeah, this is after you made it.
Okay, that's what I tell him, basically. I tell him, you're gonna need some constitution. Otherwise, your fleshy little body there may not survive intact.
Well, luckily for myself, I have spells to help cover that.
And I'll reiterate what the rat said. If you want your corporeal fleshy frame to remain intact...
Well, actually, you guys...
No, not there. I'm saying just his body. Do not mess with any other women. Period. The rat was correct.
That's just a given.
Intention.
Like, do not give her any inclination of the sort, or you'll be cleaning up a very big mess.
Will be cleaning up the very big mess of them.
Alrighto. Alright, so you group are all going to meet up at the caravan? Alright.
I believe we were going to speak to Commander Braun first.
Alright, so during the course of all that just happened, though, I'm going to say that Nova did successfully run back to the... so we'll run through that. So, Kiko, after you helped Argo out around and helped them kind of pack stuff up, Nova arrives kind of flustered and kind of excitable, and Argo kind of notices how much more excitable she is than usual. Is everything okay?
It's like Kiko looks dead, by the way.
Dead?
Kiko slumps up against the wagon wheel. Just...
A lot of heavy lifting. And you over here, just in time, slumping over, Nova say, I'm gonna have kids.
Kiko's gonna just lean her head up against the wagon wheel, but the second Miss Nova says kids, Kiko's just gonna stare straight at her.
Argo kind of I kind of, that moment in anime where everything turns white and their soul kind of jokingly, like, kind of sips out of their mouth. Am I the only
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, I was about to say, am I the only one who's watched anime at all here?
We all know what you're talking
I know
about.
it.
Okay. Well, kind of imagine that. He's like,
It's just this is like he gotta kind of stare for a second. Just like bullshit. No way.
and she's like tears are kind of, like happy tears are kind of trickling down her side, and she nods, yep, as she puts her hands back on her stomach.
You see Kiko immediately perk up and like push herself off the wagon wheel and just like walk up and like take one of Miss Noah's hands. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for you too.
Argo still kind of looks out of it a little bit, like, but he kind of shakes off and goes, "This is great news. I think, yes." Oh
Yes. Yes. Speaking of which, where is he?
God, you asking Nova this?
Yes. Where's
He's
the land?
still back at the hospital.
I made you walk here by yourself?
He didn't make me. I wanted to come back and help out, and I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't want
You are
to.
not helping out. No, I'm not gonna let it happen. That's not happening. It's just not.
Argo kind of puts his hand on Nova's shoulder. It's okay. You can rest. Your carriage is already all loaded, thanks to Kiko here.
Damn right it is.
Why don't you sit down and rest, and if you don't mind, I'd like to tell the caravan the good news. We all would like some happy stuff like that right now. And she kind of goes, and she kind of nods. Yeah, sure, go ahead and tell them. Argo kind of like gathers everybody up and goes, "Good news, everybody! We're having a new member join us." They all look kind of confused. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll be for another year or so. They all kind of look even more confused. He gestures to Nova. Nova's still holding their stomach as she's like sitting against her own caravan. They all remember last night. And then they all start cheering.
Oh, my love. Yeah, you should be now.
They all start like whooping. Woo! Argo helps, escort Nova to her carriage, and then turns back to you, Kiko. We got her for now. If you want to return back to your friends, don't worry. I won't let her do any work.
Good. You should not.
No, she needs to rest. Plus, her carriage is already ready to go. Let your friends know that we're heading to the north gate right now. We'll be ready to go as soon as you guys arrive.
Will do.
And
Give him a thumbs up. And you better watch her.
I will.
Got it. If I hear you haven't, so God
Oh, help me.
by God help me.
You'll rip my pointy ears off and shove them in my eye sockets. I understand. And Nova kind of like looks just outside of the carriage and says, also, can I ask you a question, Argo? Sure, what is it? Do you want to be the Godfather? Again, anime like and she
You're gonna like punch him in the shoulder real quick.
I'd be all too happy to, Nova. Oh, God. A lot is happening. Alright, everybody. Let's start getting the oxen moving.
And Kiko is going to leave at this point.
Alright.
And just really quickly say thank you to Argo. And
I'll nod your way. Alrighty. Alright, so you make your way...
I imagine the closer and closer that Kiko gets back to the party, Landrin just hears the tank soundtrack from Left 4 Dead. Like, huh. What did oddly for the...
I think it's Kiko's job to do the Landron's gonna be a dad thing to everyone we meet.
He's gonna be a papa.
Just randomly announce it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, one thing I did forget to tell those who succeeded in their nature checks about, which is both Decoria and Belstarius, if I recall, about the difference between kobolds. That's one detail I forgot to add. Kobolds typically have 3 to 4 eggs per batch. Dragonborn at most have 2. Usually it's 1 or 2.
So, I heard there's a chance for a D4 to be rolled to find out how many kids there are. Is what I just heard.
I will say that I will have to roll that at some point. See, this is where being a DM is fun with the random variables. Once I learn this information, I don't have to share it with you guys until you ask.
Oh no.
He says.
I mean, Miss Novary did scan Nova there. It's entirely possible that Miss Novary knows how many onboard passengers she has.
That's knowledge that isn't for us quite yet. Why spoil the surprise?
That's fair. just saying that someone knows.
Decoria is apparently throwing out attacks.
Oh
No, I'm making custom attacks. I'm making sure all the skill stuff works.
Gotcha.
Because if I do that spell that we were talking about before we started the stream, that's what happens, and I doubt you want that.
Nice. 666
So-
on the roll.
I know, that's great, that's perfect. You know, with the luck that I got going on right now, so I broke them down individually so that you won't have to like see all of them in one shot.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Right.
Yeah, I'll say Kiko has no idea about what's transpired between Decoria and Miss Novary yet.
Kiko is going to rejoin the group as they're heading up the stairs. Like, you run into the building and see them heading up the stairs as they all go to speak with Braun.
This is the tank soundtrack playing right here.
Does everyone hear that?
Honk honk,
Just like-
motherfucker.
It's like Kiko appears behind, like in anime, where someone appears behind someone else and they're just a shadowy figure with like the one eye that's like a star. That's
Or
what it
like
looks
a glowing, like a glowing sliver.
Yes, exactly.
The big sort of crescent moon smile thing going on.
Just right behind Landron.
Hey, Landon, roll me a perception.
Lantern's just standing there. What an incredible sense of foreboding. Oh well, I'm sure it's absolutely fine. 3.
How? 3?
Hey,
Okay, it's not a 1, so, and considering how unstealthy the stealthy one is being right now,
I would like to roll a sneak attack hug.
well, okay, go ahead. Guess what? You got a whopping 3 to beat. Wonder if you can do it.
Watch him roll a 1.
No, that's 29.
Never mind.
Nails it. Yeah, so you successfully... Whoosh, feathers just invoke you, Landron.
Oh, congratulations.
Lantern's immediate reaction is, my fear burns!
You lovable oaf. Congratulations.
I have you to thank. Oh, that reminds me. There's something very important I need to do. And he begins hugging the shit out of Kiko.
Thank you. I'm just gonna pat Landron
I-
on the head.
I owe you one family. One
You know what?
family.
What are you,
That's
Rumpelstiltskin?
I want your firstborn child.
Firstborn child.
So,
Oh,
Well, I'm just saying, like, the way that was worded.
There's experimenting and cloning.
Wow. You don't owe me anything. I'm just enjoying this.
I owe you a lifetime of friendship at the very least.
Oh. Also, why didn't you walk with her?
She's her own woman. She doesn't need my permission to live life.
But you're here with her. You should cherish the time you have before.
I am cherishing the time we have. The
Then
world
go
needs to be made
see
safe to
her.
settle down in.
Then go see her. She's by herself right now, and you should be with her.
Well, no, she's not. You liar.
Well, she's with the caravan in her tent while everyone else is working.
Oh, they're
Andrew?
already moving. They're moving to the final gate. They're together. Nice try.
No,
I'll be having an impromptu shower with the other women of the caravan.
we need to do this in character because this needs to fully finish coming full circle. And Kiko needs to know she's won. Landrin looks up from his spot dangling in this hug. I need to go to the guard station to pick up the other 50 gold so I can support my family.
30.
It was 50.
No, he said
No.
alrighty.
Oh. I think it's at 30. I'm sorry. Yeah. You know what? You're off the hook this time, buddy. Next time, though. If I catch you lacking...
Why are you booing me? You've won.
Because I might have started this. I'm going to make sure that it stays like this. If I catch you lacking, it's gonna be between you and me, Lantern. You got that?
No, it's not.
Good.
If I'm lacking, it's going between. I'm going to be the one hitting me first. I take this quite seriously.
Good, as you should.
As I should. Wait a minute.
You're right.
Why am I trying? Why am I arguing with this? We both agree with this perfectly.
Lantern, you're great. Kiko's gonna pat you on the head one more time and let you go out of the hug.
But real quick, this is
Our group dynamic is amazing.
because I almost forgot to write it down. Kiko, what was the first contact? I said you had in
First
Northolm.
Oh, it's in my bio. Miranda. No, but it was said different. It was spelled weird. But I wrote it down.
Miranda, yeah.
Miranda.
Spelled
How
the
do you
same.
spell
though.
that?
It's spelled the same as Miranda. It's just pronounced Miranda.
Miranda.
M-A-R-A-N-D-A?
Fancy. Yep.
Okay.
Just
Yes.
I'm double noting it. So I
Tiefling,
don't know.
I'm assuming. Also, I just realized I spelled orc wrong. I spelled the 40k version of orc.
Fucking works. Okay.
Listen, if this was 40k, it'd be fine, but it's not.
If it was 40k, you would have spelled it Du Bois.
Boys.
Let's eat some crumpentine.
Du boy. No, it would just be Du boy. There's only one of them right now. And he's only half a Du boy. Am I wrong?
I have no idea at this point. Anyway, what a downtime session.
I am quite enjoying this. But now, I suppose we don't have much left, do we? We just have to meet up with the group, or with the caravan.
Oh, Braun first.
With Braun first.
Okay, we have to give him a message.
Indeed.
A message. Ooh. If anyone gets the joke I just referenced, good
By the way,
God.
real quick, just so I know roughly where narratively to end it tonight. How long does everybody have?
Got another couple of hours.
I'm so good, yeah.
A while. I have to be up at 8:30 tomorrow, but that's means I could be up till like 1 a.m., but we won't go that long.
Alright, Decoria, you got a life outside of this?
Yeah, I get up at 6, so probably 9:30 is about the latest I'm willing to push it.
I don't think we'll go that long. Alright. So at least another 2 hours. Oh, sorry, at most another 2 hours, let's say.
Oh, so did anyone need like a bathroom break or anything, or?
Yeah, that's the other thing. We're gonna.
I'd love
We
one.
could probably take a break here.
We'll take the loo break now.
Take your poo to the loo.
All right, everybody. 10-minute break. Go. Whoosh.
Yeah.
Be back.
BRB. Ugh. I forget my French and British sometimes.
I've got a lovely. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Hungwell Hamburger Halftime Show. I am your host, the Hungwell Hamburger. Well.
Well.
Oh, that's a fun word to say. Well. My goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we have quite the set of circumstances unfolding for us tonight. Asmo, how do you feel as DM?
Great. I'm entertained.
Suppose that's really the important thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I've got to say, Landrin is feeling like the world is before him to conquer, and he intends now to live through this adventure, not only for himself, but to be there for those he cares about.
Good. Might not want to go
Which is
back
a
into
good-
melee range against 2 orc warriors. Might not be wise.
Yeah. Landrin has expanded his repertoire and now knows the difference between courage and the deathcore definition.
Suicidal zealotry.
That's the one. Don't do that. You'll die. Horribly. Screaming.
Alright.
Holy shit. Oh. It would seem that everyone we'd usually interview at this point of the segment is off taking their bathroom breaks. Ah, hello, Kiko. Or is that Belisarius? No, it's Belisarius. Well, Belisarius, welcome back to the Hungry Hamburger Halftime Show. How are you feeling about Belisarius's slow integration into the ways of organic society?
How do I feel about it? It's it's fun for me. I'm still kind of learning my way around, like getting solid like interactions in there. So it's because it's a large part partially my fault. It's not just like in situations. It's just me getting fully into roleplay mode. But outside of that, it's fun.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. You're learning and you're climbing that curve.
That's a mood.
So I usually like for whatever it's always like several minutes after a thing. It's like, oh damn it, I should have said that. I always have like the clever ideas much later.
Well then, this has been the Hungwell Hammer. Oh wait, is it Kiko back that I heard, or Decoria?
Kiko was in fact back.
Kiko, welcome to the Hungwell Hamburger Halftime Show. How is Kiko feeling?
Great, actually.
They've single-handedly, forcibly magooed a pair of interested individuals into a family.
Hey, that's the goal, honestly. Like,
Kiko has achieved the goal of many ambitious shippers and simply gotten the relationship to start outright.
damn straight. You can hold your applause for later. It's fine.
No, I think I'll applaud you now.
Okay. No, I'm glad I was able to actually start something that matters. Let's go.
Alright.
Well, this has been the Humble Hamburger Halftime Show. I've been your host, the Humble Hamburger.
Man,
I love doing this segment so much. I can't even describe it.
it's great. I enjoy
Thank
it.
you.
Thank
Thank you so much.
I cannot wait for Kiko to actually like stress so much about y'all's two relationship. It's gonna be great.
Oh, wait, well, we have a special guest here tonight. Mr. Land, Professor, I understand you wanted to speak on the show for some time. Why, yes, Mr. Hamburger, it's a great honor to be here. What is this funny? Is this similar to my sending spell? Why, yes, it is, young man. Now, you recently have become a father. What are your thoughts on that? Well, it's an honor, honestly, both from an emotional standpoint and from my own experiences with my father. It's something to be treasured. It's a station of reverence, but it's also one of great responsibility. Have you heard the expression "the king of your own castle"? Yes, I have, young man. You're quite learned, it seems. Oh, well, thank you. Our voices sound very similar. That's all for now. Thank you so much for being here, Nordred. What the fuck is going on?
I'm gonna enjoy this so much.
So you get to do the Darth Vader bit where it's like, he's gonna be a father.
He's gonna be a father. Yes.
Start running around town just telling everyone.
He's gonna be a father. Actually, hold up. I'm gonna get my Darth Vader mask. Here it is. I don't even know if it fits me or what else. Oh, so dusty. Where's my paint? I can actually wear a Darth Vader helmet instead of that line, so I'm down.
Well, I was scrolling through my infused item thing that I've never really looked at as much. I need to make myself a bunch of things. But I need to make myself a homunculus helper.
Homunculus.
That's horrifying.
It's like a little metallic thing.
I can't even hear the term anymore without thinking something dark. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood has ruined that word.
Yeah, they kind of. I mean, the whole idea is just a fake person, but.
Alrighty. Is everybody back?
Almost. I'm putting on my Darth Vader helmet real quick.
Basically, all I need is a gem or crystal worth at least. I don't know what would be the transfer rate from the typical gold, like 100 gold, for this one.
We're running with just switch that to silver, so 100 silver.
Okay, so that's silver. So it'd be 100 silver. So like a gem or crystal worth at least 100 silver, and probably just some miscellaneous parts.
100 silver, 1 gold.
You know, I just need a crystal worth that much, and that's all I need to infuse and make a homunculus.
Awesome. You guys still haven't sold or done anything with that Magistone you got, so...
Oh, sure, I could use that. And it could have a self-destruct option.
No, the barrels have self-destruct option, which the Magistone is not in the barrels.
What is that? I'm guessing one of those would be worth, a good bit more than 100 silver.
Oh yeah, definitely. Magistone is incredibly valuable.
Nice. So I will be attempting to borrow one of those.
That's how you make magically imbued weapons.
Yeah. And I don't know, like, it could look like whatever I want, so... I don't know, how do you want to roll with that? Just like, I infuse it and it just takes whatever form it takes, or...
I'd say... For homunculus?
Like, whatever sort of nature of the crystal is that's being used.
I'd say it's randomized a little bit, because the magic that each stone is imbued with is kind of in flux. Dave is just like pure arcane energy until it's directed using some specific magic.
So I think with that one, I would
kinda,
basically just have in mind what it can do, and then I just leave it up to you what it looks like, just to randomize it. If I decide to do it.
Okay.
Which I probably will during our long travel time. So, tiny construct, AC 13. Hit points is 1 plus my intelligence modifier plus my artificer level.
So,
Very high dex.
everybody ready?
Mm-hmm.
Lantern? Okay, he's not back yet. Decoria? Okay, they're both correct.
Oh, no, Victoria's here.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
General chat, thumbs up.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
Eating. Okay, I
Oh,
see.
yes.
Snackaroos. Nom 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 nom.
Got my sword.
Now we just gotta wait
Yeah.
for the call.
I'm stuffing my face with Pringles,
Oh, nice.
but I crunch loud enough where you can hear it, so I was just on mute.
Yeah.
I got some spicy barbecue chips.
Alright, so everybody's back, so ready to go.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
Get shot by a naval cannon and die.
Fucker. Oh yeah, you're all heading up to talk to Bron.
Seems.
Alrighty, so the party make their way up, and you guys head to Bron's room.
Knock, 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 knock.
Do you want to do this one, Landry?
By all means, quite. Thank you. I'm quite fond of the commander.
FBI, open up!
Yeah.
Alright, so, Landon, you said you're knocking? Or was that...
I'm not the one who opens the door and gets shot. I am the one who knocks politely.
Alright, so, you knock on the door, and you don't hear Braun's voice answer, you hear Brugge's voice answer. Who is it?
Decoria, would you like to say it's Landrin and associates, including a certain Decoria.
Oh, and he opens the door. Ah, I see you're all here to visit my oh-so-cooperative patient.
Oh, has he calmed down since?
No.
That's feels rather right for the scenario.
And he, like, steps aside, and you guys see, Braun has one leg that's being, like, held up by, cloth that's hanging from the ceiling. And you can see that a bunch of the stitches on his shoulder were just redone, because he opened them. And you can tell that he's not feeling the best. He's got this frustrated look, and he's kind of sweating from, like, pain. He refused this is Brugge talking. He refused anesthetic when I told him I needed to redo the stitches because he tore them open. And then when I tried to use healing magic to help speed along sealing them briefly, he then tried to stand up, even though I told him to hold still. I wasn't trying to stand up, I was trying to sit up. This damn
Sounds like
leg.
someone's been a bad patient.
Could be worse. Yes.
Well,
Yeah, it'll get worse if you keep moving like you do.
Actually, that leg injury was caused because he tried to leave the hospital this morning.
Of course it was.
Yes, unfortunately, the pain medicine we gave him was also a bit of a anesthetic. And unfortunately, he almost fell asleep while walking down the stairs. And whether you're a lycanthrope or a normal person, so many rolls down the stairs is bound to result in at least one injury, which included his broken leg.
Oh, damn it.
man.
Stubborn.
Commander Braun, you're not going to be in any shape anytime soon if you keep acting like this.
By the way, Decoria, you hear Brugge under his breath curse an infernal. Basically the sentimental equivalent of fucking idiot.
Nice.
Kiko, do you speak infernal? Because I don't know if you will know what he said.
No, but Kiko's gonna repeat that.
Alright, I'm gonna repeat this, that I don't know what he said.
Don't know what that means, but it sounds appropriate.
That's a good one to keep for a later date.
I remember that. Thank you. I could teach Kiko how to curse in the Infernal. Just the curse words.
Just the curse words. That's how you get people interested in a new language.
A list of the most offensive things you could possibly say.
So, Commander Braun kind of adjusts himself. So, what do I owe the pleasure?
That's actually not me.
I'm gonna push Landrin, push him forward. He nominated himself for this one.
Commander, it's good to see you once again. This is said without any sarcasm. I do actually enjoy your company.
Pleasure to see you again, Professor.
Well, I have word from Lady Ruga. She is quite grateful to hear that you are alive. She's quite grateful to hear that the town is in stable condition and recovering.
Hey, on you saying
despite
I've
his
heard
injury.
from Lady Ruga, he jolts. He tries to jolt up, but you can see the stitches start to, like, yank. And Brugge leaps forth pretty much and, like, with his full weight holds him down. Says, nope, no. Easy with the excitement, please.
Thank you, Rudy. Anyway, the nature of the communication is quite brief due to the magical nature of it and my lacking prowess. But she did request, with her limited time speaking, that I pass along a message for you specifically.
Well, what is it? Out with it! Out with it!
She is sorry. She is sorry to have put this upon you, and I quote, "It's your turn." Wait. I would like to flavor this. He All Might faces for a second with that big, like, grin with the deep shadows over his eyes. It's your turn.
Okay. So, after that, Braun's face kind of sinks. Oh. Is she dying? Why would she say that?
So,
Presumably, you're the only one able to lead this town for the duration of her capture. Let me put it to you another way. To paraphrase myself, you're here and no one else is going to do it for you.
I would have led in her stead anyway, but she's to return.
That's what you hired us for.
Yes, exactly.
so we have
And
been in
naturally,
contact.
yes.
We've been in contact with Miss Novary, and she was able to help ascertain the location as to where Lady Ruga is currently being held. She is being captive in the snake's den, as we much expected. So we are making our way north after this.
So you're making your way to... You're working... Excuse me. You're making your way to Basilisk's Den, then.
What an incredibly unnecessarily foreboding name.
It's the name of the city, I call it an overzealous village, that Lord Farian resides. Basilisk's Den. It's, believe it or not, it's actually quite a comfortable place to visit. On my few occasions of doing so.
I'll take your word for it.
As it stands, if that is where she is, I can't send any men directly there. I hope my rangers are able to intercept something along the way. I got a report, Sophia. She hasn't heard back from her rangers from either the north or the south.
So, the concern with your ranges that have gone north, there are strange rumors to the north. I'm not quite sure how true these rumors are, but no one believed me of elite goblins, and it was true. There is a band of kobolds that have formed an army, and they are heading south.
All of a sudden you hear... as,
You can't even repeat that, Brugge?
As Braun smirks and kind of chuckles. Are you serious?
Landrin Landrin goes and tugs on Decoria's shoulder. Decoria, lift me up a moment. I wish to appear imposing.
I pick him up by the back of his shirt and just kind of hold him there.
Kind of like a cat by the scruff.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yes. Yes.
Like a wild beast.
Myrrh.
Now, I consider us to be acquaintances bordering upon friends. And he's going to do the Darth Vader finger at him. Now, you hired us as a group of peers. Now, I want you to take a moment to consider what I must be capable of for these two astounding gentlemen and this astounding lady to consider me a peer.
He was actually going to kind of look a little bit surprised, but just gonna try to hide it.
Actually, Braun looks surprised. Lady? He looks at all of you with an eyebrow raised.
It
I'm
makes no
surprised it
difference.
took him long enough to notice, I'll be honest.
Whether he or she, it's regardless of the fact she is a wonderful companion to have and serves a purpose for the party. Gender is but an abstract thought. So as far as who she chooses to identify as is who she chooses to identify as, it is irrelevant. So, Landrin, as you were saying.
What? He was actually just confused now.
Braun is confused as well.
Ron, I want you to imagine for a moment an entire army of me.
He kind
Stop
of
laughing.
his smirk turns into a full-blown smile. Well, if that's such a thing, then I think we're bound to have quite the potential comedic show.
Gloria, hold me back. I wish to claw at him in the air impotently. Lantern is going to flail his teeny little claws at him in that windmill motion. He's totally doing the "it's not your fault if you get hit" thing.
I'm slowly putting Landrin down. Now, I understand the reports are hard to fathom, but the concern just may be valid. And there are numerous reports of this happening. Some of the traveling merchants have been speaking of this as if it is true, and that they are dead set on this. So I choose to take those reports as face value. And I would think that you, as a commander, and potentially now leader of the town for the foreseeable future, should take reports like that far more seriously, a man of your position.
My apologies, Mayor Tiefling. But you must understand
Now,
the degree of which that sounds comical. Kobolds
It is
are
comical.
known to reside in Nordred, but deep underground, and there's several clans of them. They're incredibly...
One.
What?
Fascinatingly enough, when my father acquired my egg, it was from a Snovery. Quite the series of coincidences, is it not? I've passed through here before.
Braun, eyes wide open. It is a small world after all. I was the one who gave Miss Novery that egg.
He climbs up on the bed and hugs. Hugs Braun. Truly?
Well, when I was scouting as a young ranger, we tracked a small group of goblins. we encountered well, a set of kobolds who had killed them. The goblins we chased up into an old abandoned cavern. They walked in, and when we entered, they were caught up in several traps the kobolds had made. Them traps were meant for things like deer or rabbits, but they apparently were fairly effective on goblins. They killed all of them, all 20. The kobolds, about 30 of them as I recall, ran away from us the moment we entered the area with the traps. Out of that little encampment they had made, there were 2 eggs. I took both of them, and I gave both to Miss Nordred.
Fingers are slowly turning in Landron's head. Turning and turning and turning.
It sounds like someone's got a brother out there.
I have a sibling. Oh my goodness! This has implications. This has a great deal of implications. Oh my goodness! I thought I was dropping the bombshell. I thought I was dropping the fireball on you, but you had a bigger one.
Oh, well, Landron, that is true. But there's still another fireball left to be dropped. Landron's going to be a father!
Congratulations, Professor.
Yes.
Do you want to be at the wedding?
Well, I believe there's more pressing matters at the moment. But
It's not going to be for a few months, but I would appreciate it if you might attend.
should I be allowed to medically leave? He glances at Briggy. Briggy rolls his eyes. I shall be all too happy to participate.
But you're invited too. Your Decorious friend, ergo you are my friend, ergo you were invited.
Well, given all the excitement lately, it'd be good for a good fun occasion like that.
Quite guess this. Oh, goodness me.
Braun readjusts himself.
Now that all good news has been put forth, I believe we should continue. We will make our way north, and we have had a mine abandoned, potentially a old Magistone mine, where Lady Ruga and Boric are currently being held. So, do you happen to know of any of the Magistone mines that were on Lord Ferian's lands?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Well, our investigation will continue, but I believe we should be heading out shortly.
And ask, do we will we be passing through Northholm? Is there any contacts we could make that would be able to assist us when we get there in getting to where we're going?
Actually, yes. The captain of the guard, Rowena. She's a young tiefling, but very strong, stalwart, and argumentative. But I'll say this, she takes her job seriously.
Rowena?
Aye. You know her.
Oh, I do.
Oh no.
I do.
Well, you'll be in for a fun reunion then. She doesn't like Lord Farian too much. She gets along with him probably more so than the rest of the lords, though. But that's given his reputation. But very few people does Rowena like.
I know. I'm quite certain I know.
Yeah. I would go with you all, but given my injuries. And my duties here. Please bring my lady back to me.
It shall be done.
Well, and Bree claps his hand together. I'll escort them out. You, he points at Braun, do not break those stitches.
I would actually like to ask a question
Yes.
to Braun. I would like to ask him if he knew Rallick from Northholm. So Rallix was my father, the previous captain of the guard.
Alright. Braun kind of leans back. Yes. I did some training with him when we were doing some cross-training between Rangers and Guard with the main city. Plenty of, intermingling of our skill sets. I was a young lad at the time. I was just about to begin Ranger studies.
Was he an impressionable man?
Well, he gave me quite the impression. I've never seen someone, not in my own family, us lycanthropes, so stubborn and so stalwart. I'll never forget how bold he could be. I don't think anything scared the man. Not a single thing.
That pleases me to hear. I appreciate the fact you hold my father in such high esteem.
That friend of his, though, not so much.
His friend?
Yes. Gaelic, I think his name was. He was, if I recall correctly, he was a half-elf. But, if I also recall correctly, he wasn't part of the main city guard for very long. Your father took exception to him during my training.
Huh. My mother never spoke of Gaelic, so I do not know of Gaelic.
Well, maybe that is a sign that he didn't get along with them even as well as I thought. Whatever the case, lad. It's not like old injuries like that need to be brought up. But your father was a good man. The day he passed is the day the country mourned for a long time.
I had heard, but not many people know that I'm a Sedlak. I choose to keep that to myself. But knowing that you had a chance to know my father, and for me to understand how great of a man he was, I appreciate this correspondence. I do. And that means a lot to me.
I'm glad I could help in some small way. If I were you when you get to Northholm, don't hide your last name. Wear it proudly. So, if you grow up there, I'm sure plenty of people know you. What's the old saying?
Unfortunately,
Live in Northholm, die in Northholm?
that is true. However, after father's passing, I was not what you would consider a good son, nor did I bring honor to the Sedlak name. So, unfortunately, many people have forgotten the great deeds that my father did because I overshadowed them with my behavior as a child, and not understanding why father had died and the reasons and the great man that he was. Mother tried. It was not good. Brogy here can speak to that. But that's not the point. I believe we're getting off topic.
It's all right.
Thank you again.
Well, should, after all this craziness is over, you want to ask more, I can share more in-depth stories about the man. I have some fond ones.
I would enjoy that very much.
Aye. Alright, alright. As much as I would like to let that continue. Braun, rest. Yes, understood. Right, and Bergie kind of shuffles you all out into the hall. He also hops out in the hall. And he kind of has this face like, yeesh. Rowena. I didn't even hear she became captain of the guard.
Neither did I. I suppose from her last time we all were together, things have changed significantly. Last I knew, she was thrown out.
Yes. Well, I guess people turn around in the ages to come. We'll see, shall we? Yeah. I'm heading to Northhorn myself in a couple days. The priesthood have asked for more medical attention to the main city.
We are traveling today, so we will have a few days head start. But if we are still in town when you come through, look for the traveling merchants. You will find us.
Aye.
Maybe we can go and have a drink.
I'll be all too happy to. Yeah. I can't leave until I make sure that one stops breaking his stitches.
I understand, and I hope all goes well for you. And I give him a predator handshake, and I kind of walk away, and I let the other guys, have any follow-up conversations if they so choose.
He goes her plenty.
Landrin, Bellistarius.
That was a fun conversation. I enjoyed it. Anyway, I suppose it's time to start talking again. Can we just... do we want to do Landrin picking up the rest of his gold in character with Kiko just for the sheer laugh of it? Or do we just want to say he does it?
I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd have anything to say about that, honestly. Like...
Just some snide smirks.
Yeah. It's like... that'd really be it.
Everyone's favorite desk jockey being there, being like, what a quirky situation I've gotten myself into.
Yeah.
Alright,
Also,
so...
Andrew now has 3 daddies.
I don't know, would you call Braun... Like, he just found the egg.
I mean,
No, I wouldn't.
I would.
No.
Andrew's got 3 daddies.
Not happening.
More like a closest, like, cousin.
Wait, no.
Nah, I think that's not even right.
Brooder. He is my brooder now.
Alright, 1 second, I'm back.
You,
Of course, I'm being phone called by my sister. 1 second, guys. Sorry, interruption.
oh, no, you
Battle
don't.
brother.
Hello? Apologies. That was them asking about dinner. Alright, anyway. So you all make Landrin, you pick up your you pick up your money. Kiko, you just arms folded, sideways glance at him. Just so. And you guys meet up with the caravan at the north wall. Is that correct, or does anybody need to stop anywhere else?
I can't wait to get on the road again.
Alright.
Life I love is making music with my friend.
Alright, so you guys make it to the north wall, and the gate is slammed shut, and guards and rangers are on the wall, and there's a lot of muttering, and guards are forming a defensive line, like an actual formation in front of the wall, with spears up for it and shields, while rangers are up against the wall, kneeled down to hide underneath the divots. And and the caravan are all being told to push back, like by another guard who's like, "Get back, get back!"
Landry would like to cast Spider Climb and climb up the wall.
Alright, so do you want to get run past the guard to do that?
He has his contract signed to show that he's working for Braun, that he can show.
Alright. So you get past the guard and you climb up on the wall. Are you gonna look?
Can I flavor Spider Climb?
Sure.
Okay, Landrin summons forth 4 suction cups, 1 on each limb, and he just slowly suction cups up the wall. Yes.
So,
Are there kobolds?
There is a large minimum of 500 kobolds, fully armored, and not even scrappy looking armor. It looks like properly crafted, almost dwarven quality. And
Legion
they're
of my kin.
in formation.
Yes.
With lieutenants riding on very large, what looks like giant moles.
You don't understand how much militarized kobolds my aesthetic. Landry is going to suction cup down the other way and just start walking up to them.
Okay, before you do that, let me finish describing them. There is around pretty much in every line of 20 of them. One of them is holding up a very tall, 8 feet up banner. And the banner resembles that of 2 crossed serrated blades. And in the center is a dragon's head. And it's a red banner.
Sword banners are the best.
And at the very head of the army is the most pristinely armored, and his coloration is a purple coloration kobold. With bright green eyes. And he is yelling in Draconic.
What is he yelling?
Open your gates. And reveal your leader. Specifically, it's...
Well...
To anyone who doesn't speak Draconic, it sounds like... Ziasunsaki! Rakunsaki Yafu!
Lantern will semi-translate. Could you open the gate for a moment? He wishes to speak with whatever emissary is available. And he's going to walk out the gate if they deign to open it.
Roll persuasion with disadvantage.
Worst case scenario, he's just going to climb down the other side. Natural 1. I don't think they open the gate.
They look at you like, are you crazy? Those may be kobolds, but look how many of them there are.
I just may be the crazy we need. And he's going to spider climb down the other side and start approaching.
Alright. So
that must be a sight. So
the kobolds notice you, flop, 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 flop. And you hear just this simultaneous shudder of armor, and they point their spears forward, and their leader puts his hand up, with putting a hand on his side with a scabbard, where there's a fairly sized blade. What would be just a normal size sword, two-handed sword for a person, looks like a giant greatsword for a kobold.
Jesus. Anyway, so he has a minuscule little wizard friend. Well, to him, he has a normal-looking wizard friend walking up to him.
All right, and everything he's about to say to you is in Draconic.
Alrighty.
What brings you, kin of mine, down here?
Well, greetings. He's going to reply in Draconic. Greetings and salutations, kinsman. My name is Landrin. I regret to inform you, but presently the leader of this place is, kidnapped, and the closest thing they have to a backup is bedridden. I'm the closest thing they had to real representation to speak with you in earnest.
Whoever the leader is must come out and answer for their crimes.
Well, what crimes? I'm quite new in town. Could you bring me up to speed, kinsman?
We have been attacked, hounded for the last 12 years by these tall two-legs. They have been attacking us day and night. And we are done. We have come to the surface to enact vengeance, and we shall destroy them. Or their leader will answer for their crimes, as is tradition. As the mighty god dragon Arnis has commanded. And at these words, all the soldiers simultaneously, you hear like a, kind of like a, you know that sound crocodiles make, like the hissing noise, like you hear that, but multiplied by 500 plus.
Could you perchance describe the armor and equipment of said raiders, these brigands ne'er-do-wells?
The armor was varied. Some wore plate, some wore leather. Others wore nothing, merely had something around their neck and were given shambled equipment. The ones that wore plate had a snake symbol.
Landrin's eyes do that angry freaking slitted lizard thing. And he just says in Draconic, that motherfucker. You're marching the wrong way, kinsman.
And another, this one kind of looks like a mage, like you do. Kind of steps forward. It kind of waddles forward and is in mage-like armor.
Oh my god, yes. Yes, they have mage. You don't understand how happy this makes Landrin.
Alright. So so this one waddles forward and whispers to the king. And then the king, the leader nods. Kinsman, is there by chance you have been brainwashed by these two legs? That you have been bewitched by them?
Landrin raises up a tiny little claw. Do you count being raised to believe in their moral value by virtue of proximity to count?
I would deem it close.
Then close. In all interest of honesty and transparency between us.
And he kind of chortles like... What do you mean we march in the wrong direction?
Do you have a map I could draw this out for you with?
We have no map of the upper world.
Here, I'll start sketching. Landrin will start sketching out a map of Nordred real quick for them on the ground, and he'll just get his little claw, lean down with the short sword, and he'll start sketching it out. Well, here we are. This lovely town here is south of your destination. If you march north along this road, you'll hit Northholm. It'd probably be a good stop for rest and resupply. Quite the bustling metropolis, as I understand it. Though past that point, you want to start moving even northern still. You might want to equip some cold weather gear. We kobolds are not particularly equipped for such temperatures. At least I'm not. And you'll start seeing the banners of these ne'er-do-wells. Your tormentor are twofold. One is known as the Snake, Lord Pharaon, and I spit upon him. And he is even the one who has wronged people of that town over there. And twofold, the second is a cur known as the Khan. And he is the one who has been providing the manpower in the form of those collared men with the absolutely deplorable equipment.
And before the lead kobold can speak, the same mage steps forward.
What does it matter which two legs have attacked us? They all must pay or suffer.
To which the leader kind of like hisses back at him to back off. Kind of like, you know, making him kowtow. Like,
Is this what they call a learned man? Is this what they call learned men within our kind? Harumph.
You must forgive Nasi. He has lost much to the two legs. So have we all.
We have been doing our best under the tutelage of our mighty dragon god to better ourselves, to unify the kobolds of the Underdark.
My smile is getting bigger as you speak, I swear to God.
Long have we been scavengers, long have we been scattered. These last 100 years, my clan has been unifying the kobolds. We meant to leave the two legs alone. I'm waiting for you to question the fact that he's saying two legs when they have two legs. I'm waiting for that. It's still not happening.
It's not happening. You're looking. It's not happening.
It's not happening.
We have 4 legs. We just walk on 2 of them.
And I know, but I was still hoping to be able to like explain that.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, friend.
Damn. Alright. Okay.
Do you think you're the only Kobold fan here? I'm playing one.
Fair enough. Alright.
I believe I have not caught your name, kinsman.
He kind of eyeballs you carefully, not sure how to respond. My name is Draco, named after the dragon, the common kin name for dragon. That was not my given name, but it is one I have adopted as I lead our people. This was not something I wanted to do, fighting the two legs. But the attacks must stop. Are you telling me that these two legs are not part of the same faction that attacked us?
These 2 legs just got attacked by the same people who have been attacking you. Like, Come in and look at the battle damage. Come in and look at the collared bodies. It's
The mage steps forth.
They were attacked by the same two legs who attacked us.
yes, they are struggling with the same lack of unity that you have been defeating over the past century. I've been trying to do a deeper voice for when he talks in Draconic because he sounds way cooler that way, but it's hard to remember to do.
I'm doing intentionally deeper voice because it's draconic. Can't wait till everybody hears what he sounds like in common.
Yeah, you hear what Landry sounds like in common. We've got it. I'm excited.
If we can see this battle damage and speak to the leader of the two legs, then we will consider marching our forces in the correct direction. If we are wrong.
We're coming with you. This is an enemy we already meant to march upon. March is a strong word. Just the four of us were going to go and take down an entire army. But this takes a lot of the load off. This takes a good deal of the load off. I shall see to the gate. Excuse me a moment. How long spider climb lasts a while, so he just gets his suction cups out and is like.
By the way, everybody roll me perception.
Five.
Oh damn.
Should I roll perception or?
Yeah, everybody.
18.
21.
All right.
Natural 1, unnatural 0.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
2 in a row.
So Landry's
That's
too
two natural ones
distracted
to roll.
and excited to pay attention. Kiko, you notice behind the group, on top of the tallest building near the wall, which goes a little bit above it in the town, is Miss Novery. And her eyes are wide, and you can see a glow coming out of her eyes.
He was just gonna look at the rest of the party and just kind of start slipping away while they're not, distracted with the kobolds and stuff.
All right.
Just gonna not worry about it.
By the way, Landry, you're still on the other side, right?
Yes.
And just to clarify, you still have Rokan on you.
Yes.
So you hear Rokan in Draconic say, "Why do you hide most of your forces, small kobold?" And the head kobold chortles. "You carry a skull? Are you a necromancer?" He's saying this to you, Andrew.
Oh, this is Rokan. He's a recent addition to our group. He's a bastion of wisdom for the most part. I actually don't know any necromantic spells. I've dallied with one. It feels wrong to use. I'll be honest with you.
How do you know we're hiding anyone, skull? Do I look like a fool, lizard?
Now, Mentor, I would appreciate it if you at least... I understand that our familiarity allows you some measure of latency with your statements, but I would appreciate it if you at the very least had the statesmanship to speak dignified around other states' leaders.
I barely humor that with humans and tieflings. With little midget lizards, I don't waste the energy.
Well, I'm going to take a leaf out of Miss Novery's book. He's going to summon Tensor's floating disc. He is going to put Rokan down, and he's going to start slowly lowering Tensor's floating disc onto Rokan.
Alright.
Respect my kinsman.
Never!
E, 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 e.
Oh, yes. Asma, that's what Kiko's going to be doing as well.
I have not surrendered the monopoly of force in this relationship, and I don't intend to. I can only imagine the face Draper was making right now, seeing
Alright,
Landry
roll me-
argue with Skull.
Roll me stealth, Kiko.
Okay. 23.
Alright, and follow that up with roll
Lost
me
again.
athletics.
Kiko's probably going to be taking more time than we are, but
Yeah, just sorry.
15.
Okay. So you make your way up, and Miss Novary completely doesn't notice you. So you are up there with her, but she's unaware of your presence.
Kiko's just going to, like, walk up next to Miss Novari. Just, like, forget stealth now.
Okay.
Just going to, away from the party. What was she saying?
This city wouldn't stand a chance against them.
How many are there?
She puts her hand over your head, and your eyes kind of burn for a second. But as you kind of, your vision almost comes into focus. The 500 kobolds that are visible, behind them is easily another 500. And in the surrounding areas around the wall, there's thousands. Your best guess...
Oh my goodness, yes.
Your best guess that of the number of kobolds, heavily armored, and with plenty of mages, and artillery that they're hiding in the tree line, minimum is about 5,000.
I hope Landry knows what he's doing down there.
Landrin doesn't even realize how sturdy the balls on him are.
Rokan is like,
Yeah, it's basic military strategy to have forces concealed at any given point. The quantity, I don't actually know, but you should really not be questioning such a simple prospect. I thought you tried world conquest.
I did.
Why-
I
why
was
is
not
this
polite
confusing?
about it. Ugh.
Then why, I ask you, Mentor, would you even consider it a question?
Consider what a question.
Why they would hide forces? It's basic military principle.
Because wouldn't you want to intimidate an enemy?
Well, obviously, if they're going to start a fight, they want to win it, and they are making every advantage available to themselves.
the skull sees more than he should.
Very powerful skull.
So
He's actually more powerful than I am.
So Draco kind of whips his neck back to one side and to the other, gesturing. And this cloaking kind of field goes down. And you just see this giant, like, tidal wave of kobolds. I have brought 1/10 of my army up to the surface to deal with the issue.
I wonder how many of these gentlemen I'm related to.
Related to? We are
Oh,
kinsmen
yes,
as kobolds. But why do you believe directly in the same line?
Oh, well, my egg is actually from this area.
Your egg?
Yes. About 19 years ago, it ended up in possession of a Dryder. A party of around 30, I was told, was up in a cavern near the surface fighting goblins, and through some misfortune, they left behind a pair of eggs.
Ah, you're of Tasha's line, if the story is the same.
Landrin almost teleports in front of him. Could you please, elucidate?
Tasha.
Tasha?
It was a
At least not
clan.
perfectly.
They are amongst my own kin now. But the Tasha clan were living in that area. There is a story about how 2 of their young were taken. But one of them was retrieved. The other
You
is
know where this
presumed
one
dead.
was? Do you know where the retrieved one is?
Why do you wish to know? I understand that you're kin, but you know nothing of them.
They're still family. And I can give you on good authority, I didn't die. I'm very much alive.
Yeah, you have the Tasha's. You have the look in your eye. And you have the scales. If you must know, the other egg was me.
Oh no.
Oh yes, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, oh no, from how will he react and will this town now be a smoldering mess?
Who here has watched Hajime no Ippo?
I mean, I've read them all.
So you don't know the ending theme. Because it's playing, and Landrin is going to try and hug his brother.
He's gonna put a hand out to stop you.
Okay, there's this hilarious moment where Landrin goes forth, arms stretched to hug, and he just has he has a towel in the face, like what?
Now, I do not know that you speak the truth. If you are my brother, I still do not know you as a kobold, or as a man. Until I can determine such things, you are simply kinsmen to me for now.
You know, there's actually a old warrior custom I'm aware of that, if I understand the principle right, 2 people understand each other the truest in the middle of a fight. How good are you with that sword?
What are you doing?
Uh-oh.
I want to have an awesome friendly duel with my brother.
So he kind of grins. Good enough to lead this lot.
Well, I'm about to get real intimate with that sword, I suspect. Landrin is reaching for his little short sword and just rolling his neck. Sound good to you?
Very well. Roll initiative.
Righty, real quick. Yep, okay. That's a 12. Major armor.
Okay, let me see what he's got. 13.
He just beats me.
Yep.
Oh no. Landrin, why? I mean, I know why, and I approve of this, but why?
Thank you. Look, warriors need to lay it all on the line so they can know that they are speaking to someone who, you know, has laid it on the line.
Okay, so let me pull up a couple things.
Now let's just enjoy the cool fights for the 2 rounds that it lasts, if I'm lucky.
Nico's gonna beat the living shit out of Landrin for doing something so stupid.
Okay, are you sure you want to do this, by the way? Because I have his stats.
Not
Granted, I don't have a
non-lethal
proper
damage.
character sheet for him, but I have his general level.
non-lethal damage is a thing you can declare, and Landrin's gonna declare it, and at the very least, like, I'm hoping he decides to do this non-lethally.
Okay.
Just a friendly fight to whoever cries for however long it takes for Landrin to be knocked down.
Oh, a friendly fight to the death. Yes, makes sense.
Really fight to the death.
Just request a duel with quarterstaffs then.
Brother, just a moment. Magic or no magic?
Do you have any capability with that sword?
Yes.
Then no magic, if you're so confident.
Alrighty. I'm not. Oh, you seem to think that I have any illusions of winning. I have every illusion of hanging in there until the end, but not winning. Actually, I'm already using magic right now to boost my defenses.
Alright. So, he unsheaths this large sword. Again, for a kobold. It'd still be two-handed for a normal person, but it's not, like, gigantic for a normal person. Just barely counts as two-handed for a normal person. It's a big sword for a kobold. And it's got engravings and runic markings on it. And it is very unique looking. It's got a gold, golden luminescent guard. Proper, like, really well done strappings on the hilt. The blade is long and slightly curved. Slightly curved. Not quite like a full scimitar kind of deal, but think like closer to a katana, but like an actual...
Like a messer or a falchion.
Yeah, something more like that. Slightly curved. And the runic markings on it do definitely stand out. This is a unique sword, for sure. So just double checking. You want to do this?
Yeah, no. You can't dangle my awesome long lost brother in front of me and not expect me to treat him like a respected warrior.
Okay.
So, Kiko, oh god, I'm too far away. I can't do what I want to do. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Before we begin, I just want you to know that you're an uncle.
He kind of... He doesn't... You can tell he wants to express something. Like, you know, he kind of like jitters a little bit. But he composes himself. Hopefully not one responsible for the young one's father's death.
I'm sure I can take whatever you throw at me for a round or two.
Alright. Are you really sure you want to... I really want to give you an out on this one. Okay.
That's wrong. Are you saying that you will refuse to use non-lethal damage?
I'm saying he will potentially kill you. Potentially.
Okay, Kiko wants to do something. Kiko's gonna ask Miss Nordred to cast a couple spells real quick. Specifically, haste and expedition. The one that adds an extra 30 feet to your movement speed. It's not haste.
Long strider.
Expeditious retreat. Long strider adds 10 feet.
Yeah, 10 feet, yeah.
What's the one that adds 30?
Expeditious retreat.
That one. Preferably. And if possible, spider climb. And we'll just let them go through combat for at least 2 rounds. If that is...
No, wait. A look of realization crosses Lander Freight. Oh, wait a moment. If I'm unconscious, who's going to tell them to let you in?
Rokan goes, I'll do it. Throw the skull on the wall.
Well, that settles everything nicely. Excuse me, Mom. Landron's going to start waddling back. I'll be right back for our duel.
And he kind of like rests the sword on his shoulder.
Okay, so he's going to throw Rokan. He's going to suction cut man, climb back up the wall, and gently put Rokan down. Everything's fine. The snake and the Khan have been attacking them as well, and they have unfortunately ended up here instead of in his territory. Just a quick turn around to see the damages and the proof that we ourselves have been attacked is more than enough to dissuade them from carrying any sort of rash action out.
Very well. Good luck with your fight.
Well, thank you, Rokan. Your confidence is quite comforting, Mentor.
Innocence is bliss, isn't it?
What odd thing to say right before a duel. And he's gonna, unless anyone stops him, he's gonna start suction cup manning down.
Alright. So, Draco goes first. Alright, so you guys, so the army of kobolds, at least the initial forces around it, kind of form a circle. Each of them holding their spears sideways, kind of actually formulating a wall. A 2-foot wall, but a wall around you guys. Let me draw this. That's my Sharpie. Okay, this isn't going to be exact.
It's fun. Can't we just theater of the mind it? I mean, what am I going to move around for?
Just on the off chance.
I'm not casting Fireball on my kin.
Alright, so...
I don't have any spell slots left to do it.
That's you. Do I get a good one for a call? This will work. Cool.
Do I?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm gonna cast the magic weapon real quick.
Before you face the duel and to say,
the initiative has already started. I already let you get away with a lot.
Okay, never mind. It's a bonus action. I'll cast it on my turn.
Alright. So Draco now kind of gets into this position. Bends his knees down. He's kind of lowered the center of gravity. He whips the sword up, and his eyes suddenly glow this bright like white color, and a kind of reddish hued lightning kind of is spurting out of his eyes, and the weapon itself is now like a Tesla coil, zapping out this red lightning, which is also imbuing his body. You see his muscles bulge, and slightly, he basically inflates up slightly. Now he's 3 feet tall, and bulkier.
Is he a Storm Barbarian? Oh, go.
And now he poses himself, and he's charging at you.
Stand firm.
And he he swings the sword at your waistline. He's trying to cut you in half. Alright, so to hit, 18.
Yes.
Miss. Alright. So he
Armor
slashes.
class 19.
So he slashes, and you just barely yoink right out of the way. He gets extra attack. That's one of his feats. 22.
Come to me, brother.
It's a soft
I'm gonna
22.
cast Shield.
Can you do that on?
Yeah, it's a reaction.
Okay.
Also, don't you do that after you determine the attack hits or not? Or when do you do that?
I believe you determine it after it, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So, you just don't...
So does 22 hit?
22 definitely hits. That's why I
Alright,
cast the
so
Shield.
alright, cast it, and can you share its info just so I double check its effect?
Yeah, it's a reaction. It's a reaction. Yeah, here it is. Shield, casting time. One reaction, which you take when you are hit by an attack or targeted by
Okay.
by the magic missile spell. An invisible barrier of magical force appears and protects you. Until the start of your next turn, you have +5 to bonus to AC, including against the triggering attack.
which is this one, and you take no damage from magic missile. So Lantern just brings up his shield against the other one and just imbues it with his own arcane energies and just like thrusts it against the swing.
You hear behind you in the crowd,
Kinsman cheats! Kinsman cheats! Kinsman cheats!
the kobolds are now
Kinsman's trying not to die.
Question. Asmogon, what did Miss Nofuri cast those spells that Kiko requested? Or was I muted whenever I asked for that?
I think you cut out because I didn't hear that specifically. What was the spells you asked her to cast?
Like haste and like expeditious retreat. The one that like gives me an extra 30% or 30 feet from the movement.
Okay, what's the range? Because you guys are a good 200 feet away. Haste. What is haste?
Well, if it's 130 feet away, haste will mean it takes them 2 rounds to get over here.
Yeah.
Also,
haste is 30 feet away, so
if possible, also invisibility.
So haste is 30 feet. What about expeditious retreat? Expeditious retreat. Ooh, it's a self-cast.
Self-cast?
Yeah.
Long Strider then.
Right, long strider.
Haste, Long Strider, and invisibility if possible.
Long strider.
But it's not necessary.
That's a touch, so she has to literally enter the battlefield.
Which one?
Long strider.
I'm
That's
right
a
next
touch.
to Sniper.
So you want the cast on you?
Yes, all of this on me.
Kiko wants to run in, hit Landron over the head, and leave.
I'll say she has haste, so she'll cast haste on you and long strider, but that's it.
And what about invisibility? No.
That's a prepared spell, isn't it? And she doesn't have it prepared.
Ooh. You know what?
It might be it might be a cantrip, but I don't believe so.
It's a first level spell.
Yep, she doesn't have that prepped, so it's not in her book.
What about what's the spell?
Keep in mind, a wizard can know every single spell, but they only can prepare a certain number.
Spider climb, perhaps. I know it's kind of, kind of useless for a spider, but that's besides the point.
Spider climb. Isn't prepared on her list.
It's not prepared. Okay.
Nope. And it's a second level, so it's not a cantrip. She would have to have that prepped.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, haste and long strider is all you getting.
Haste and long strider. So it adds 30 feet. What does it? I should actually just look up the thing for haste. What is the text of the spell?
Let me pull it back up. Haste. D5e. Alright, so choose a willing creature that you see within range, 30 feet. Until the spell ends, the target speed is doubled. And you get a +2 on your AC. And you get advantage during dex throws.
Additional actions. And then let me use to make attacks. Ooh. Oh wait, no. Dash, disengage, hide. Okay. What am I talking about? Dash, disengage, hide, or use object actions.
Yeah.
Cool.
Alright, so that's all you're getting. Do you want me to add you to initiative?
Preferably, so I know what.
Alright, roll.
8.
Alright, you are after Landron.
Ugh.
Speaking of Landrin,
Yep.
yeah.
While I'm at it, because I don't want to do this again, because it's already improper to add people to initiative after the fact. Everybody else going too? Or are you all waiting this out?
Well, I mean, I'm behind the gate. I don't even know what's happening.
Exactly. That's the other problem.
Because Landon went off on his own, and I missed the whatever the check was to see Miss Nordred. So no.
Yep.
Victoria, I would like to apologize because we did discuss the on the on thing. Passion sort of overwhelmed any sort of sense.
I mean, I enjoy where this is going. I have no issue with that, none whatsoever. But the concern I have is for your character making poor decisions.
I've made some very poor decisions, both in and out of character right now.
That's true. Alright, so let's see. Can Draco do any bonus actions? Alright, so he does have a homebrew ability I gave him. Alright, so this is his bonus action, Warrior Bellow.
Now I'm excited.
Wisdom saving. Alright, it's a DC save, so.
How's a natural 20 do you?
You pass. Alright, so he quickly takes a deep breath and shouts incredibly loudly. This whoring, howling scream. But you quickly put your hands up to your ears, and you are able to successfully, though, you know, you feel the shudder of the ground as how loud it is. But you put your arms down and you are unaffected. That is it for his turn. Landrin, you're up.
Landrin just looks at him and goes... Landrin isn't cowing down to this. Landrin is just returning fire. He's in it to win it.
Alright.
Alrighty, so... Short sword. Wha-bam! 12.
To hit?
12 hits?
No.
What?
Are you
No.
Was that the roll to hit?
12 is the total. He rolled a 5 on the dice.
Nope.
Alrighty, that's Landrin's turn. He's not very...
You cast your spell, and it just... You know, he shrugs it off. It doesn't even get hit by it.
No, short. It was a short sword attack.
Oh, okay.
So,
I don't know why I thought...
he's sword fighting. Like, the spell was going to be magic weapon, but
Kiko,
it's just like, it's...
that is your whole turn? You have no bonus actions you want to perform? Or can perform? Okay. Kiko, you're up. You are
Kiko's
200.
gonna start moving towards the.
Alright, so with your movement doubled and with long. So how far can you travel in total with everything?
So that's 60 feet for moving, 60 feet for dashing, 60 feet for dashing again with the extra action, and then 60 feet as a bonus action to dash.
Alright, so
That is
about brings you up to where they are exactly.
200.
D&D! Alright. What? Sorry?
240 feet.
240 feet. Okay.
Papers.
So you only need to travel 200, so that brings you right at the back of the kobolds, unless you want to go over them.
Yes, Kiko is actually just going to straight up jump over the kobolds into the ring.
Alright. Wanna roll me acrobatics?
Thank goodness, athletics, yes. 17.
Alright, you successfully do a pirouette right into the arena. Although the kobolds are now breaking formation, and I'm gonna come at you. I don't have any good kobold units here, so...
Yeah, Kiko is going to run and just superimpose herself in between them.
Yeah, Kiko, why? Oh, Draco, this is my friend Kiko. I know we're in the heat of battle, but it seemed appropriate.
All of you, imagine just are completely surrounding you as spears pointed at you guys. And you just hear repeated amongst the crowd, cheat, 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 cheat. They look very angry.
Back off. Back off. This is my kobold.
Draco, looking incredibly furious. The glow and shock's electrical effects dissipate. He sheathes his weapon. I have determined nothing that this kobold has said is truth. He is a liar. In every shape and form. Go back over the wall. We will destroy this place. Back in formation. His troops are now reforming into battle lines.
So Kiko has no idea because I assume he's speaking Draconic.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah. Landrin. What the hell were you thinking? Kiko's gonna turn to Landrin. Angry, and you can tell. He's gonna grab him by like his collar. What were you thinking?
Hello. Hello.
Answer me, Landrin. Eagle's gonna shake him a little bit. Damn it!
I have no idea. God damn it.
Okay, is everything okay?
No, that's why I fucked up again. I keep fucking everything up.
No, Landrin, it's fine. Alright. Kiko's gonna point at the kobold. You! Kobold!
Alright, he's doesn't know what you're saying, but he kind of postures himself. He looks at his mage. You hear him speak in Draconic. Landrin, you understand it as he's saying, translate. And the mage casts a spell between the two of you. And you hear in common, Kiko, what did you say, bird?
You. What's the meaning of this?
The meaning of what?
Why the hell were you trying to kill my friend?
He challenged me to a duel. I accepted. I don't know how it is for you Upworlders, but duels are not fought lightly for kobolds. Not only did he break the rules using magic, which I thought was amusing, but you interfered. That is a disrespect I cannot allow.
Wait. hold up. Kiko's just going to put up her arms. Just if they're, I'm sorry, but I can't let him die. I don't know if that's a thing that's a cultural thing for you kobolds, but like, he can't die. I'm not going to let him.
Then he should not have asked to duel me.
Listen. Landrin's great for the most part. He's just not the brightest cookie in the shed. Sometimes. I deeply apologize for what has happened, and I'm sorry that it's dishonored you. But we're looking for a peaceful resolution here. Like, I've seen the army. I'd rather not start something that I'd rather not have this town razed to the ground.
Roll me persuasion.
Okay. 19.
Alright. So Draco, for a moment, kind of stands up, crosses his arms briefly, glances at Landrin, glances at his men. It's true, it is unfair of me to expect a kobold raised amongst humans, you two-legs, to know our ways and know our culture. Perhaps that was my mistake. If so, my men, I hope, will not see a dishonor in me not countering this. And the men generally look to each other, and they all kind of shake their head like no, we don't see a problem. I rescind my order to prepare for battle, but I still demand to speak to this village's leader now.
That's perfectly acceptable. If you wish, you can come with me, and I will take you to them.
They will come here.
Well, the leader of the village is really beat up right now.
That is unfortunate. Bring him here. He is giving you a look like this is not negotiable.
I don't know what that means, Lantern. Alright. Give me a minute then. I gotta talk with this little guy here. Alright. Oh wait. I see. I was thinking more of like Tinter's floating disc, but I suppose a hospital bed works too.
Yeah, as you guys are talking though, the gates start to open up. And on the other side, just before it, you guys, so Decoria and Belisarius, you guys see, being basically propped up by two rangers, Braun is being escorted to the gate as it's opening.
Told you, Braun. I told you. An army of kobolds. Don't argue with me. And I continue to walk behind him.
And he has
well following the.
He has this look like he's in the Twilight Zone. Just like, what the hell is going on?
Well, there he is.
Draco's chortles. And the two rangers are escorting him out. And Braun just is looking around on this field, this small, like, tidal wave of well-armored kobolds. And he wobbles on one foot, encouraging the rangers to let him go, though they look hesitant. I am Commander Braun. I speak for Ursine Village. Draco has his mage switch to translation. But you can all... I'll just say it's like a general like field of translation. You speak for them. I lead them, yes. This one, though I do not find him trustworthy at the moment, says that you and your people are not the ones who attacked us. Who attack us. Is this true? Not entirely. What do you mean? We have had our tussles with kobolds before. I have killed some myself, admittedly. That was many years ago, and kobolds are rarely ever something we encounter. But I will not forego that and say my people are 100% innocent. But in those occasions we were defending ourselves from your feral clans. We did not know you had a higher intelligence like this. By my own culture's rights, those are to be forgiven. Conflicts over food, salvage, or land, those are private. But the attacks on my people, the ones that are directly against them, not just disputes, not just fighting over things. Were you involved in that, human? No. Alright, gotta roll persuasion. Alright. Then who is our enemy? One, we'd appreciate your aid if you wish to provide it, or we can offer you aid in fighting them. Who is this enemy, human? His name goes by Lord Farian. He has a snake sigil. He's located to the far north. Recently we discovered a devious plot that he intends to perform a coup and a betrayal upon my country, my people. The country you reside under. You do not come off as a liar, Braun. I've been told there are damages to your village. I wish to see them before I make my final decision. I'd gladly escort you myself. My own wounds are from such a battle. Very well. Have me escorted. I wish 10 of my god to follow. Very well. And Braun wobbles to the side with his arm outstretched, gesturing to welcome them into the city. Draco turns around and calls forth 10 of his guard, who all approach up, each with spears in hand, and including the mage. So while this is happening,
Sorry, guys.
the party taking any action?
We'll be walking alongside Braun, just acting as his escort.
As will I.
Alright, Landrin, Kiko?
Nico, I'm sorry.
Kiko looks like she's about to say something really, really mean. Or at least, she looks super angry. Then just lets out a breath and relaxes. Landrin, come here. Just like picks Lantern up and like starts dusting him off a little bit. She's like, just gonna put like a hand right on his snout. Please, please, please be more careful in the future. Okay?
Alright. So, you guys, so the 10 guards that escort, their armor chinking as they move, follow Braun into the city, and, we're just about out of time, so I don't know if we can play this out.
I wouldn't mind if we called it here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to, because 10 minutes I don't think is long enough to rattle this up. Alright, so that'll do it with today's session. We'll pick up next time with Draco and his 10 guards being escorted to be shown the damages to the southern wall. Alright.
Sounds good. And I think based on my schedule next week, I think Sunday is gonna have to happen again.
Alright. Anybody not good next Sunday?
No, I can do Sunday. Yeah.
I should be able to do Sunday as well.
So long as it's on a weekend, that's fine by me.
Yeah, they keep giving me Saturdays, trying to get it better, but it is what it is.
I mean,
what it is.
I mean, it is what it is, but if, like, for the foreseeable future, if we can all make Sunday work, it might be easier just to switch it to Sunday, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Okay. So it'll just be like either Saturday or Sunday, just whichever, just based on... Cause sometimes they give me Sundays, but most times Saturdays.